that's a fair point. Like, if you have a lot of people that are born in the American flag, we just saw that with the no or on a visa. I don't know if I give you. I don't know if I can give you a pass on that. I don't know if that should be there. You're not a full citizen here.
Oh, there is federal law that supports that, and that's in the White House statement. But we've talked about that federal law before that gives the discretion to the Secretary of State, and it's what and to DHS, and it's what they're using now to vet people from out of the country trying to get student visas, as well as permits. You know, they're relying on, I think it's U.S. Code 8. I have to find this section. So it's a different discretion that they have. You know, that they have. It falls under a different section of the law. So I think you can argue that they can. Yeah,
Brad, you make a great comment, and I'm just going to tell you my personal point of view, which is not a legal observation. You have somebody, let's say, coming here from Mexico, Venezuela, South America, wherever, that comes here under asylum. They come here because we protect them from whatever horrible things they would happen to them if they come back to their country. And then what do when they're in our country? They burn our flag as a total sign of disrespect, yet they want to stay here because of our protections. What do I say? I say, and this again, just a personal opinion, fuck you. If you want to come here to be protected from your own country, and then you decide to burn our flag, you know what? Go back to your country and suffer the consequences. But again, if you're an American citizen, and I would never do it, and expect us to protect you, and then burn the symbol of our country. Again, that's my emotional opinion, not my legal opinion.
As I was going to say, Steve, you're making an emotional argument against the American laws and principles, and saying, because I feel that you should do X, Y, and Z because you want to be here, you have no right to protest and tell us that while you want to be here.
Which is exactly why I started off by saying that.
So to be a citizen from like the UK, you have to denounce the monarchy and all that shit. And so if you have,
well, let's put it this way. You know, the point that Brad made earlier on about our own government demonizing the flag. Is what has made the people stand up because they believe in the flag. We don't need permission.
You know, PJ, if you were to move to America and become a citizen, you have to verbally denounce the Queen. You have to verbally denounce the whole monarchy system of Great Britain in order to get your citizenship. So if you have to do that, of course, if you're a foreigner here, you shouldn't be burning the flag. Now, I will make it illegal for foreigners to do that shit, but not American citizens.
No, just sort of.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to. It would have to be really bad. I understand the whole wonderful idea of America. I mean, if anything, the one country I would go to on this planet would be the US. I can't think. Maybe there's some of the Scandinavian countries, but if I was to do what you described and denounce my sovereignty, and I'm ex-military as well, I've sworn the oath of allegiance more than once. It would. I think my inclination would be to stay and fight. That would be my inclination. And even in the face of civil war, which a professor at the Imperial War College has been talking about a lot recently, I think we've all been on the brink of civil war, and I think we should all stay at home, and we should band together geopolitically in the same moral values and processes that keep generations safe in the future. But we need to stay at home, or we need to protect our flag symbolically, if nothing else.
You know, interesting. If we were to have a civil war here, it's like for internal beefs. Your civil war over there is about external beefs. Like, you know, you have an invasion of Islam and things that are coming into your country from the outside. Where our internal beef is internal. Like, we just have our civil war is about different ideologies and what should run the country.
Yeah, we're not going to have a civil war here. That's not going to happen. And for anybody that thinks it will, just tell me where the line of demarcation is. Tell me where the civil war is actually going to happen.
I don't think it's going to be a civil war, Steve, but I do think at some point the economic squeeze is going to come to a point where Americans are going to revolt.
The economic squeeze is already happening, baby.
I'm saying, right, but we're still, for the most part, credit is pacifying us, right? Credit pacifies us, right? Because you pay bills on time. You can loan yourself to the teeth, right? Or borrow money to the teeth. So, but I think that...
No, actually you can't, because at some point someone's going to say, screw you, I'm not going to loan you any more money.
That's fair, but I'm saying, but my point is that I think that at some point that's when there's going to come a point which, like, we're going to realize the culture wars aren't enough to distract us, and like a revolt is coming if major economic change doesn't happen.
Well, if you're talking about loaning money, that already happened this year, because last year 2 of the 3 credit ratings lowered us from a AAA to a AA.
I mean individual. I'm talking about individual.
Oh, individual credit. Oh, okay.
Yes. I'm not talking about the country. I'm talking about individual credit, because right now, and there's bubbles. There's like a used car bubble happening right now. Credit card. There's got to be a credit card bubble at some point. But there's a used car bubble happening because freaking car loans are like 84 months, and the average car loan I think in this country is like $800, which is insane. But again, Americans, the only reason that we're comfortable is because we can borrow to live, and it's gonna crash.
I don't know. The market's been too. I know. I hear this, but like, take a look at the market. It's really been performing.
Yes,
well.
The New York Stock Exchange is higher than it's ever been.
So,
Please continue.
I'm trying to understand that. Like, take a look at your stocks, and then explain the bubble with respect to where the market is right now and where your stocks are performing. I did want to say, I put in the chat.
When y'all say that, the average person is not concerned with the stock market.
Well,
that's how I was going to say.
Hopefully they have taken their savings and invested them wisely. I hope so.
But here's the thing.
Most of the stock market is about like a small majority.
But the majority of Americans live check to check. They did a study that said the average American can't even afford a $400 emergency. Like, people, like, so yeah, it's like, that's why you always hear about the wealth gap just widening. The rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer. Pretty soon, all of America is going to be like a third world country. You're either really rich or you're really poor. There is no middle.
I don't know, DJ. Do only rich people have stock? I mean, people have 401ks that are invested in markets. I mean, if you work in a job, you have a pension account.
Well,
excuse me, Rubaya, you think stupidity? I'm sorry that you don't have a 401k. Like, sorry for you. But wait a sec. Can I just go back to the other point for 1 sec? Because this dude, I put it in the chat. When I said U.S. Code 8 and the authority for the Secretary of State and DHS with respect to the topic and their ability to make that determination to remove someone or revoke a visa or not permit a visa based on their either social media or a decision that they would be harmful to the country. So that hasn't been overturned, but that statute is in place. It hasn't been, to my knowledge. I don't know if it ever came in front of SCOTUS. It'd be interesting, but it hasn't been overturned.
I'm just happy.
I was going to say that people do
with that. Oh, my bad. I was just saying with the average American. I was just saying with the average American. Remember, the average American can't afford a $400 emergency. So they're not paying attention to their 401k. They just hope that that's something that they can access with pay their car note, all of that type of shit. Now, I'm sitting in my car at a restaurant, and I just placed a futures trade before the market closed in 2 hours. It's already up for $400. I'm not the average American, because tomorrow, if I don't close this trade out at 5 o'clock, I could wake up tomorrow and this shit would be negative $6,000. And I'm okay with that. I'll just close the trade and go trade again the next day. The average American can't do that. That's all I was saying.
I hear you. I was also going to say that we had how many rooms back in early April of everyone attacking Trump because the market had been, so volatile and had gone down so much, and everyone was trashing Trump and the administration, and everyone was focused on the market. And now that the market's performing, it's just funny. The same people all of a sudden think the market's irrelevant, but they surely didn't think it was irrelevant on Clubhouse in early April.
I'll say this real quick. So the market criticism of Trump were legit because he was doing stupid things that affect the market immediately, right? So those criticisms were legit, right? But the separate argument about most people caring about the market should not be the number one indicator of the economy, because even when thousands of jobs are lost, the market still manages to creep back up, right? That's just because rich people aren't going to let their money squander. Ultimately, they're going to pass policies so that they can be beneficial. But to his point, regular folks are using their 401ks as rainy day funds. That's not talked about. Like they don't have any savings. When times get rough, they dip into that. So when it comes time to retire, and we know this to be a fact, that those 401k, even without that rainy day fund, support themselves in retirement.
Did you cut out or finish?
No, I'll finish.
I'd like to get back in again if I can. Go ahead, Captain. Okay. I was trying to make the point about constitutionality. Go back to and the way we determine whether something is constitutional or not. And I'm not going to try to make a big speech on this kind of thing, but when you go back to Galileo, and he came up with a new idea that the Earth rotated around the sun rather than the sun rotating around the Earth. And nobody could defeat his argument based on the science. But the church immediately declared him a heretic because the Bible said. In other words, they relied on the Bible, not specific scientific argument against Galileo. When people do things that we don't like politically today, there is an immediate attempt to say that's unconstitutional, rather than getting into the specifics of what that person is trying to do. And if you can claim something is unconstitutional and you don't get kickback, I mean, if it's unconstitutional, then clearly you've won the argument. But if it's not, and we have a process to determine whether things are unconstitutional or not. I mean, I could make the point that for 100 years or so, separate but equal in the United States public education system, racial separate but equal was constitutional because it was a law passed by Congress, and there had been no ruling against that law by the Supreme Court. Now, you don't like the law, but at the time it was not unconstitutional. And so let's be careful when we claim people are doing things that are unconstitutional or vice versa, because there is a detailed, infuriatingly slow process to determine the constitutionality or not. Now, if you don't like what Trump has done in his executive order, fine, argue the details of it, but don't just say he's an idiot, it's unconstitutional, therefore I win the argument. That was the point that I was trying to make. And I believe I had one other point I was trying to make too, but I'm so old I forget those things, so I'll stay on the stage and see if I can remember it. But if we can sort of figure out a way to calm down the rhetoric, calm down the let's get into the details of a specific thing and not take this broad brush Trump's an idiot. It's unconstitutional. I'm right. You're wrong. Let's impeach his ass and get somebody else in place. That just creates more chaos. It doesn't solve any problems at all. Thank you.
And I agree with you, man. I'm proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget that man who died who gave that right to me.
Jesus.
You're sounding like bro from back in the old clubhouse days. Remember the guy, bro? I think he was Kenyan. He used to say little goofy shit, like wrap himself in the American flag like he's a super patriot.
I am. I voted for Trump, man. Trump stands for patriotism. He's the best.
Oh, that's what. Thank you. But that was the other point that I'm trying to make. What is Trump really trying to do at a fundamental level with his putting the police in D.C., his recent executive order, and underlying a lot of his ranting and raving? Trump is trying to reinstill respect for some fundamental values in the country, like respect for law and order, respect for. And he's going about it in his typical ham-handed way, and I don't agree with the way that he's going about doing it. But I'll guarantee, I referenced it earlier, when I was serving I had nothing to do with Vietnam, I was on submarines, but when I was serving during the Vietnam War, the American flag was being burned.
I knows what.
Oh, wait.
Come on,
Wait a minute. Y'all remove them.
Now we gotta be niggers, bro.
Nah, that's
all right. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. So I'm going to give this warning, and I'm going to leave this idiot in the room, but you're going to just stay down in the audience, and I'll let the others strike your words off. First and foremost, this is the political compass. I am a conservative. I am biased. I'm an Irishman. I'm an American first. I would bomb the hell out of the leprechauns over in Ireland if we went to war. But I'm going to say this. In this house, in this room, everybody from every background, regardless of race, regardless of religion, regardless of culture, I don't care if you're Native American, to African, to Indian, to Asian, to Japanese, to Russian, I do not care. I don't care if you're Palestinian and Israelis. You can take all of that external stuff and you can throw that bullshit out somewhere else. There's 6,412 rooms on Clubhouse and about 1 million of them on Twitter and every other freaking platform that exists out there that'll pander to your target bedsheet wanting asses to have that whole like tiki torch race war shit any day of the week. I promise you, they all exist out there. But here, we're going to talk about things that are going on, the kitchen table issues. We're going to talk about it. We're going to respect other people's opinion, even if they are on the other side of the aisle, whether they're liberal or completely batshit crazy. I have tolerated some pretty extreme opinions in this room, and I don't mean today. I have met in my course of running this and creating this space. So I can tell you, I've heard some fantastical opinions, and I have tolerated all of them. We're going to listen to Captain Anson. We're going to allow other people to come up on stage, even if they're on the left side of the aisle, the right side of the aisle. If you're a Christian nationalist, as long as you don't take me off of that whole push, we'll allow you to have your opinion. Your opinions are not safe for critique. Your opinions are not safe for challenges. However, you will be respectful to each other, at least on my stages and in this house. Because when it comes down to it, this 6'2" Irishman can get really pissed off at times. And I have no problem unleashing. But I would like to have a civil discourse today. I mean, you can go to healthy debates. JB's got one of those trash rooms going. You've got a couple other ones that are going in the hallway that I can see right now. Go enjoy them. Here, I want to have a really nice conversation today. So let's please get back to that.
So, Brad, I will respect everything you said except for one group, and that's Bears fans, because bump them. They can all burn in sports hell.
And one more thing. One more thing. What the hell or whatever, I'm removing you from my room because I wanted you to have to endure that. And so now I'm going to remove you. And for anybody else, don't come up on my stage. Don't offer the N-word. I don't give a damn. I really don't care what race you are. I could care less. I don't fucking care. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Race has no construct in my room. It doesn't exist in my world. I have daughters that are multiracial. I was married to a multiracial woman. I don't care what race it is. And again, the same thing. Don't come up here with anti-Semitism. Don't come up here with anti-Catholicism and anti-Muslim. Like I'm not about that today. I'm not about that most of the times. So again, we can create rooms elsewhere, but here, that's not the place. But go ahead, Abby. I'm sorry.
Abby's not responding. I'm just going to try to put a period behind the final point that I was trying to make. Trump, in his ham-handed way, is trying to demand more respect for what I would call traditional conservative American values. He's going about it in a ham-handed way. Sometimes he may be doing it illegally. But that's what he's trying to do. And there are a significant number of people, I don't include myself in it, but there are a very large number of people that believe that radical desecration of American values and symbols like the flag are being desecrated, and they want to put a stop to it. That runs counter to our ability to have a free and open debate. And as PJ, the Englishman, was alluding to, he's keeping an eye on that very carefully. But we've had many other times in our nation's history where we've had the same kind of chaos and rancorous debate, and we have survived it. But Trump is trying to put his thumb on the scales to, through the force of law, disallow any desecration of fundamental American symbols of values. I think he's doing it in a ham-handed, wrong way and sometimes illegal way, but there are a lot of people that support what he's trying to do, and we can argue whether that's good or bad, and I will leave it at that.
Yeah, you're right. There are a lot of people that support what Trump is trying to do. Over 150 million people are supporting what Trump is trying to do. Unfortunately, there's 200 million people that are against what Trump is trying to do. Traditional American values, I'll just name one.
Where do you draw that number out of curiosity?
I draw that number that there are 350 million people that are in America, that are American citizens, and close to half want what Trump does, and there are close to half that what Trump doesn't want. That's where I draw that number. But anyways, yeah, my pleasure. But I'm going to go to one American value, one traditional American value, marriage. We'll talk about marriage. I mean, a lot of people would consider the nuclear family. Marriage is a traditional American value. You know how long it's been since the divorce rate was under 80%? You can argue 50%, but it's really 80%. It's been over. Do you realize that 80% of all marriages end in divorce under 25 years? Do you realize that all marriages where people get married at 25 years or under, 80% end in divorce? There's your white. Can't legislate that. Can't executive order that. Trump can't do anything about that.
So like clockwork, right? Guess what's the trending topic on X right now? How Kamala Harris was right. We owe her an apology. Trump is a fascist dictator. He's stripping away constitutional right. He's ushering in the police state. And all the people who voted Trump owes the country an apology.
Yeah, well, the only problem with X, and I'm sure what you're saying, sir, is true, but the problem with what's on X is that we are not a fascist state. We will never be a fascist state. And the reason is because you can go on a street corner right now, you can have a sign, and you can say whatever you want, and the government cannot arrest you and throw you in jail. You can talk about whatever you want, and the government cannot knock down your front door tie your hands behind your back, put a hood over your head, drag you into jail, and torture you, find out who your sympathizers are, and then kill you and dismember your body, and so you'll never be seen again. That's what a fascist state is. We will never, ever be.
And look at all
Never say never. But I agree that we're a ways from never say never.
Often have some of the pink ticket liberals come into your room like Tara. Like they want to, they hope.
Hey, easy there, DJ. Easy,
And I like Tara, but I find it strange that she's in a conservative room right now because she just hopes we're in here finally bashing Trump. That's her hopes and wishes right now.
We all know.
Really, isn't that fascinating that you're speaking for me? I'm driving and I thought this looked interesting, but thank you so much for characterizing why I came in.
You're welcome to join us anytime, Tira. Thank you.
Well, I like you, Tara. I think you're one of the reasonable leftists on that.
Can I just say one thing about the executive order about the flag burning? Nothing in that order, very little in that order is new. Basically, it is still illegal. It is still legal to burn a flag. It is currently illegal to burn a flag if you do it to foment an imminent threat or, it's disorderly conduct of some kind, right? That's all he basically said in most of it. The difference is twofold. A, he suggested that he wants to raise the issue again with the Supreme Court. B, he's using it as a way to get rid of visa holders. If they do things like that. So those are the differences. Everything else he said, if you read the order, is basically just the law and the Constitution as it currently is interpreted. So I'm not, I think Trump does a lot of these things. Oh, we're going to do all this stuff. But at the end of the day, this one, if you read it, he's basically saying, we will do our best to, but most of it is, pursuant to the Constitution. Right? So far, the Supreme Court in Texas v. Johnson held that flag burning is legal. It's expression, right? You can't just stop it. However, he might be able to bring it to this court, which is a different court, and we'll see what they say. I don't think they're going to change that one, to be honest. But if you burn a flag and you try and hit someone over the head with it, or you destroy a street corner, you can be arrested now.
Well, you don't need to burn a flag to hit someone over the head with it. You could do it without burning it, right?
Well, correct. But all I'm saying is that if you read the order, and I did read the order, basically what it's saying is, he makes a whole big deal of it, but it's saying that if you're doing it in the commission of another crime, in effect, right, we're going to punish you. But you could always still do that right now.
Well, I didn't read the order, but, if I want to go ahead and roll up a joint and smoke some marijuana, and then I want to grab someone's hand and burn them with third-degree burns, I guess that's illegal also, even though marijuana is legal in California.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much.
Look, when it comes to the American flag and, whether or not it's free speech or not, I've always found it quite curious. Me, on a personal level, just me personally, I do not like the notion of being able to burn the American flag. I think that should not be held up as an aspect of free speech. And in my opinion, the reason for that is that it incites a certain type of ideology. And again, most countries do not allow this. And they understand, and there's a reason why they don't allow this, okay? And it does cause resentment of said country. And again, I'm all for free speech. Just on this particular issue, it does rub me the wrong way as an American when it comes to the aspect of setting the American flag on fire, because you want to make a statement on how your grievances. But again, blessed living in the United States of America, because that's the only place that you're able to do that.
Exactly, Thomas, and I totally appreciate and respect what Thomas said, because he differentiated fact from opinion. He gave his opinion. He doesn't like it, and that's cool. I totally respect that. He also made another factual point. Most countries don't allow this, and that's because there's no other country that has the First Amendment like the United States.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm just going to say, I respect what Thomas said. He's absolutely.
But that was what I was saying earlier, that the quotes from SCOTUS both in the majority, in the dissenting opinions and the majority opinions, and then quotes later when interviewed, were how repulsive, not repulsive, I don't want to use that word, how distasteful it was for them to have to rule this way, but they ruled this way to stay compliant with what they felt was in line with the Constitution. But again, it's completely split. You had someone like Scalia voting, in the ruling to allow it when he is a conservative justice. I mean, you just look at the breakdown of how they ruled in those two cases. And Tara, I agree with you. He specifically says the burning when applicable with content neutral laws, and he combines it with those acts of vandalism and harassment and what we're seeing on the campuses and at these protests that are the combined criminal or civil penalties that would be content neutral with respect to having the flag burned at the same time. So I don't disagree with you, but if you look, as I said before, in the rest of that statement from the White House, he again recites U.S. Code 8, which is dealing with those trying to come into the country or those in the country as visitors on permits or attempting to get visas, and the discretion that DHS and the State Department have with respect to if those are acts of flag burning, they can use that discretion. So I think it's in the category that's not protected speech where it would cause imminent harm, which are those cases where you are fighting words or things that you don't have First Amendment protection. He specifically says that in his statement. So he's restating the law as is what you pointed out, but he's also making it very clear that there is law in place where they have discretion if someone is burning it and they're attempting to visit the country.
Yes, well, I said that. I said the new area is basically, in terms of visa, people who are in the country who are not citizens.
But that's not new law, Kira. That's,
No.
That's
The new area. No. You don't have to do that. In other words, he's choosing to say, we will now say if anybody is caught doing these acts, we will take away their visas, throw them out, do things like that, right? That he is basically emphasizing that. He didn't have to do that. There's no obligation for the government to get rid of a visa if someone burns an American flag, correct?
Well, there's no obligation. That's a discretion, and if you look at
discretionary.
Yeah, totally. And you look at that law that Rubio was relying on when they pulled that guy out of New York and put him in Louisiana. It was specifically their ability, the Secretary of State. And I believe the words were reasonable. It's reasonable decision or reasonable. It was not a high standard that the Secretary of State has to have. I have to find the exact two words. I know reasonable was one.
I think.
She in the Matrix?
She's in the Matrix. I don't think. Listen. If you're an immigrant,
right?
Tara, you were in the Matrix. You were in the Matrix. Could you repeat your statement before Thomas goes for?
I think I'm still in it. Am I still in it?
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that was Khalil, right? That's the kid, the guy, right? The green card holder you're talking about. But the court did not actually agree with Rubio on that, if I remember the case correctly. So yes, he was trying to use that.
All the way. That one.
Well, I know he was trying to use that section, but I don't necessarily think that was ever adjudicated the right way. But yes, I believe. Look, visa holders have no rights. Okay, if you have a visa and you're here and you do something we don't like, we can get rid of you. So Trump is prioritizing that, that is actually within his discretion.
Well, yeah. I want him. Hold on a second. I want him. Listen, not just Trump. I think any president should be able to do this. If you're here and you're burning American flags and you're here on a visa, they should get you up out of here immediately. I mean, most of these people are literally fleeing countries that if they burn their own flag, they would be, punished pretty severely. Okay. And they come here. And this is why I say I don't like the ideology. because they come here and they want to sit back and push certain ideologies that they couldn't get away with in their own countries, that they're born residents, and they come here and try to infect our country with certain ideologies, and I don't like it. And I'll land here. I honestly really do want Trump to go into not California, I'm sorry, but Chicago. I want to see screaming and gnashing of teeth. It's got to go. I mean, if it was up to me, I would be dropping napalm on some of these places. So I'll land.
That's a while, but I'm curious if you want freedom or do you want like this oppression, this oppressive, forced nationalism and patriotism? Because I don't want that.
Yeah, exactly. And then as far as I hate when y'all bring up Chicago, bro, because if you look at crime statistics, Chicago ain't even in the top 20, bro.
That's a
fact. Why is Chicago always the topic of discussion when it comes to violent cities in this country?
Because Fox News says it like every 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's not even the top 20, as far as violent cities in this country. Places like Milwaukee, Detroit, Gary, Indiana, Memphis, Birmingham, Alabama, those are the places. But you know why he won't go there? Because those are Republican states.
Chicago's highlighted because out of the major cities as far as crime waves, and this would be top tier cities, so it would be Dallas, Fort Worth, LA, Chicago, New York City, DC is actually when he's doing something about DC. But Chicago is often, you do have I think they have the loudest voice, at least on the south side. You have the residents screaming for the loudest voices for something to be done in their neighborhoods. They're not happy. They're not happy having to organize safety events to get gas. This is some of the extreme levels there. You have to admit, it's highlighting Chicago. But Chicago has a long history of being not a nice, the Valentine's Day Massacre, El fucking Capone. It's not a nice city. It doesn't have a historic, eminence of hey, it's been a great safe city. It's always been a halfway point for moonshiners, gangsters, mafias to the west, to LA, or Las Vegas. It's always had that kind of savvy, salted image of an element there. And the residents on the south side, they're kind of upset. Have you been to a White Sox game? Have you seen the fans in the White Sox baseball games? Just click it on one day when you're scrolling through. Look at a White Sox home game. The 12 people that are there, and they have an amazing security system around the whole park. This is the Chicago White Sox, a historic club, old world baseball. Not that they were great or anything in their past history. And Kaminsky was a jerk, but these guys it should be fun. It should be a family event. And yes, they suck as a team, but it's not safe.
Brad, you're talking about the White Sox. The Chicago people, it's just like LA Clippers versus the Lakers. They're not at the Clippers games, but they're at the Lakers game. In Chicago, they're not at the White Sox games, but they're at the Cubs games.
But it's where the stadium is. It's not a safe neighborhood. That's what the businesses are saying. And it's similar dynamic that's going on in San Francisco right now. I wouldn't call San Francisco as safe. We're not all, San Francisco's in the news because, you had a fecal matter map attributed to San Francisco. That is an image that I'm pissed that it's an American city. It's an icon. I ate at the restaurant that Humphrey Bogart used to go and get his steak and tomatoes at. I had the same exact fucking meal he did, and I was ecstatic about it. I went out on Pier 59. I took the tour of Alcatraz. By the way, that place is creepy. It's one of the creepiest places I've ever been to. But I did all that, and I can tell you it's beautiful. San Francisco architecturally is beautiful. It's stunning.
But you know what, Brad?
I wouldn't live there.
And here's the thing. Here's the reality, I think. At the end of the day, crime is an industry, bro. Trump is about to really fuck up a lot of people money, bro.
As he should.
Crime is a industry in a lot of these major cities, bro. Without crime, the probation officers don't get paid. The lawyers don't get paid. You would need less judges, less police officers. It's all an industry, bro. And maybe it's a good thing that Trump is not a part of that industrial complex. That's not his thing. real estate is his thing, so I can see why, he wants to clean up the cities. But to a lot of other people, that prison industrial complex, that shit is a real thing, bro. Just like how our military needs war, that prison industrial complex need criminals.
I am completely okay with that. I'm completely okay with less judges and lawyers losing money if it means that I don't gotta sit back and watch a nigga getting his brains blown out on IG Live. Okay, I'm happy for that. I'm completely fine with that. And the reason I brought up Chicago, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, because allegedly it has the highest raw numbers of murder compared to other cities. But regardless, again, it's because it's the city concentration. We see some of the most heinous shit take place, especially within our community, because I'm a part of the Black community, and it disgusts me. Whether it's even Chicago, I don't care where it is, Chicago, Baltimore, St. Louis, I don't give a fuck. Okay, but when I see that type of degeneracy, when I see the crying families, where I see our elders sitting back terrified because we got motherfuckers running street again. I want him to go in there and clean that shit up the way he's doing Washington, D.C. I don't want young niggas running around. I don't care if it's black or white, whoever. I don't give a fuck. Get it off the streets. People should not be fucking terrorized. Chicago is highlighted for reasons. It may not be the worst place in the country, but it's highlighted for reasons, and the shit needs to be fixed regardless. Okay? Then move on to wherever else you gotta fucking move on to. I don't give a fuck what's a red or blue state. Get these motherfuckers out of here.
Well, that brings me to my major topic.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Brad.
No, you can go right after me. That brings me right into the next topic I was going to change the title of the room to. Is something else occurred today, like Tira mentioned. There's a lot of different dynamics if you read the EOs and his statements, and in cash bail. That's going to be a heated topic. You're going to hear that more and more, particularly around the midterms. And I understand people's sentiment. Like, how do I put this? It was relayed to me, and Finley maybe. When we have these political debates, even from left to right, we'll hear like, oh, we should do things like Finland. We should do things like Germany. We should do it like Mars. We have all of these different, we'll do these comparative analysis. But I've always questioned this of myself. We are the preeminent umpire today. We sit atop. We are the ruling nation of the world. We are Rome. We are the Ottoman Empire. We are... I don't know. We were the Russian dynasty, the Tsars. We're England. Oh God, help me! I can't believe that just uttered out of my mouth. We were the British Empire. We are them right now. We are the controlling factor. Why should we have to say, well, we should do things more like England? We should do things more like Sweden, or more like Germany, or more like etc., or whoever you want to put in place. When I'm going, we're the ruling empire. Why shouldn't we expect better? Why shouldn't those nations be comparing themselves to us and saying, why can't we get this done? And I'm looking at our bail system. I'm looking at our crime waves. I'm looking at certain things that Trump has done. And I thought there was going to be a bigger push on the DC. I thought Democrats were going to go all in and go ballistic on it. But I guess maybe there was some truth to what Trump said. And there's been a large positive reaction, and the timing couldn't have been more perfect to support Trump's theory in adding officers, military, National Guard, and people to the streets because of Bowser's Send Kids to School Safe campaign. I forget the actual name of it, but there's an actual program like that. They attribute extra officers. They ask for extra volunteers to help make sure that the kids can get to school in a safe manner through DC. This is a program she implemented. I think it's going on in Philadelphia in Abby's estate. So I'm confused that these two cases are in there, and Trump actually timed it to go in there a little bit earlier, cleaned up some of the areas, and then he's actually bringing more in to enforce or reinforce that safe passage to school program that was enacted by DC. And the people on the ground, the parents, the families, the other officers, other interagencies, even the homeless, are saying, we really appreciate them doing this. We actually are having a positive experience. The outcome has been positive. So I'm confused as to why we're
with it, like Chicago. Chicago's the third biggest city in the country. So, of course, in terms of raw numbers, you're going to have more murders than a lot of other places, right? Because, you can only compare them to, New York or Los Angeles, right? And so, that doesn't make any sense. That's why they're the talking point of Fox News, because even though, we're the 90s were like horrible, right? I think people forget that. The 90s were horrible for crime and murders specifically, and we've come way down. We have like 60% less murders than the 90s, but Americans have believed, even as crime has been dropping over the decades, Americans still believe that crime is on the rise. Why? Because you know what's big business? Reporting crime on the freaking news. Like if you talk about a crime, news. Yeah, you're right. They're gonna watch it, right? In my neighborhood, now I live in a very posh freaking neighborhood in Central Florida, right, where the freaking average house price is freaking double the national average, right? So there was one incident, it wasn't a crime necessarily. The guy ran over a couple of signs coming into our community, and everybody freaked out and said we should hire police, we should gate the community. Like, that's how people respond to stuff, and it's not real, right? And so I hate that we have this idea that we're on a crime wave when cities like Baltimore, the crime has dropped, like murders have dropped like 50%. There's a problem Montgomery, Birmingham, freaking Alabama, same thing. But people that crime still happens to don't feel that way, and people watching the news, even though in their neighborhood crimes don't happen, they think that they're on the crime spree. Because again, my opinion, I think that we have an amazing sheriff here in Polk County, Florida. I think he's amazing. He does a great job of law enforcement, right? And like, we don't have high crime in this county, but some of the residents think that we do. And so that perception is not the reality.
I think
it's the same with Atlanta, bro.
Let me
in Atlanta and feel like you in the suburbs, but everybody act like Atlanta is just off the chain, bro.
Well, here's the thing. Let me respond to Mr. Finley, and I respect his points, and I respect your points, DJ, too.
Thomas, who was the young lady that wanted to chime in as well?
It was Tira.
That was Tira.
So Tira, go ahead after Thomas, and you'll be good.
After Thomas, okay, thanks.
I appreciate that. So here's my thing, and I hear where you guys are coming from. Now, my biggest issue with this is that it dismisses the individuals that feel like they are not safe. For example, I grew up in Tallahassee, Florida. I used to live on Bourbon Street. I saw niggas get their skulls kicked in on sidewalks, shaking and seizing and bleeding out. Not just one time. I'm talking about from elementary school to high school. And it wasn't just me. These people didn't feel safe within that community. I then moved to Duval County. I know what it's like over there, okay? All right? I've been to Miami-Dade as well multiple times. I've been partying out there. These people don't feel safe. And I understand that you people say crime has gone down, respectfully. Again, if that does not matter percentage-wise, when you're talking about people's lived experiences and what they're experiencing. You can't go up to a motherfucker that just had his brother or sister or cousin get blown the fuck away in broad daylight and nobody know what happened, and then come up with crime has gone down. Why are people feeling this way? People are tired of seeing blood on the streets. It's not as if violent crime, especially within our communities, you have senior citizens or elders saying this, that crime, that even though people say crime has gone down, they don't feel it, especially in our communities. That's number two. Number three, if you're talking about other like well-to-do, necessarily made up, as for example, so-and-so that got killed in broad daylight doing Facebook Live or whatever the fuck it was, that really happened. Whether or not it's happening as often within the quote-unquote well-to-do neighborhoods, they don't want to experience that at all. Point blank, period. I understand the 90s were rough. They had Uzis were on the streets at the time, okay? We understand that. And again, I'll land here. When we're talking about crime coming down, from what point? Okay? Was it that much of a shit show, okay, back in the 90s that it's come down, some people say 40, 60%, and people still feel afraid? I don't think it has I don't think it's all sensationalism, respectfully. I'll go after Tyra.
So, in terms, the reason why Democrats have not pushed back in D.C. is because D.C. is a special entity. It is basically subject in many respects to federal control. I think it's the Home Rule Act or something like that. I can't remember. But basically, the federal government has authority to do lots of things in D.C., and the D.C. government doesn't have much authority to resist.
That's because D.C. is federal land. Thank you. I know that. Thank you.
Steve, can you
allow her to finish, please?
Yeah.
Steve?
So basically, that's why no one is pushing back, because there's very little you can do legally. Number two, however, that is not necessarily true of the states. So, for example, can Trump order active military into states? Well, that's sort of illegal under Posse Comitatus Act, but he can say there's an insurrection, but that's going to be challenged in court. Obviously, I think it was challenged in California, etc. He can't actually even federalize state National Guard without saying it's an emergency. These actions in various states will be challenged, and I think that's why, it's unclear how far he's going to go on that, because people are going to rush right into court on these things. It is true that basically in many of the states he's talking about, this crime has gone down, and I don't know what he plans to do, because crime will come back if he doesn't have troops in the streets all the time. And I personally don't want to live in a country where there are troops in the streets all the time. I don't feel that that's a really good way for a democracy to work. And I suspect a lot of even conservatives feel that way. This is not really what we want to do. We cannot have this go on forever. I mean, what is the end game here? In terms of cash bail, I think it was Brad, I'm not sure who said it, but in terms of cash bail, Trump has said he wants to get rid of cash bail, but most criminal charges are state charges. Trump can't tell state courts what to do or state lawmakers exactly what to do. We have the 10th Amendment. He's not even supposed to. We do respect rid of their cash bail system. I don't think that's going to fly either. I think that's illegal. And it's, once again, one of these areas that Trump is just doing things, and the courts are going to eventually make these decisions. But, think about it. You can't, why is he telling a state court or a state law what to do about cash bail, which has nothing to do with the federal government? So I think that'll actually fall apart, and I don't think he'll actually be able to do these things, but that's what's going to happen with cash bail, because yes, he can do it for federal courts, but not for state courts. Thanks.
Steve, hold on. Steve wanted to speak. Let Steve go. Ray Abba next, and then Mr. Finley, you can go after Ray.
I'll make it very quick. The difference is that Washington D.C. is federal land, as the prior speaker just said. It is not under the jurisdiction of the states or the municipalities. It's federal land. That's why it's different.
All right, Ray, let's hear it for you.
All right, can you hear me good?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I'm just making sure. But so here's the problem. Mind you, we're supposed to be at peacetime, right? Like, this country's supposed to be at peacetime. Why are they still sending the National Guard troops down there when, they've been talking about this for like 20, 30 years about DC being the murder capital or whatnot, right? And not only that, like, they've been talking about all these particular states, like somebody referenced Chicago, and I'm glad somebody did put out the actual statistic, because, Chicago gets bad rap, not to say that there's things that don't go on as far as the crime rate, the different gangs, and different criminal organizations that are down there, no doubt about it. But my thing is, like, why now? Why weren't, these things done back in 2020? Because that's mainly what they're doing for the riots and for political purposes. Speaking of the current president right now, why are they doing this authoritarian type style of government type takeover right now? You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, like, there's, like, to me, it's more of, if anything, inciting a fight with the civilians. You're not supposed to have Marines or the National Guard in places where it's populated, where people are just walking around, with their children. Because this was going on. If anything, this is looking like a police state. Not only is it looking like a police state, it's looking like this is a fascist state. This man's trying to create anything. So I'm really trying to understand the logic into saying that this is something good, because what's good for the man. If they're willing to do this, then off this dude who's acting like a goddamn child, he can do this off of a whim of anything. How the fuck is that a good fucking thing? Please answer that for me.
I'll answer it. If nobody else is, I really don't. Can I say this?
Tom,
my bad.
Mr. Finley's next.
So
Thomas, I'll let you answer because you can answer. Because wait, is the queue longer? I don't know the mod name. Thundercat, is the queue longer than me, or am I the only one?
You're the only one. Then Thomas can go after you.
Okay, I was just gonna let him jump in front of me so I can answer the question, and I'll go after him. You go ahead.
All right, appreciate you, brother. I was just gonna say I honestly don't care, respectfully, and I say this is my opinion. If it means that people are going to be safer, and to be honest with you, if I want to take a deeper look in it, if we start doing this now, and we in certain places that need it, not all over the place because everywhere doesn't need it, then and you start seeing that the level of safeness and people feeling safe in their own communities is on the rise, that behavior that want to go out there and be disruptive might end up deteriorating. Okay? Because again, that the culture has shifted. And because the culture has shifted, that means that they no longer have to have the National Guard or whoever out there. I'm worried about people being safe. I don't care about how it looks, as long as that means it's going to save people's lives. That's irrelevant to me, and I'll land there.
So Thomas, if we jailed speeders, right, just threw them in jail, you think that would make the road safer?
Say it again. I'm sorry. Say it again. I missed it.
If we took speeders, people that were speeding on the roadways, and we threw them in,
people that speed and throw them in jail, it would technically make the road safer. Absolutely.
It would. It absolutely would. Right? If you just start locking people up for speeding, right? But that would be rather draconian, right? And it would be an overcorrection to the problem, and it really wouldn't solve the problem because as soon as you roll that back, people will go back to speeding, which is the point that Tyra kind of made with respect to like militarizing the streets, right?
I disagree, but go ahead.
Temporary safety. Well, respectfully, I study criminal justice. This is kind of my thing, right? And I think we don't understand crime, and we don't understand how crime, like how it spreads. We think more police and being more aggressive is going to solve the problem, and that doesn't work anywhere, right? Unless you're in an oppressive place like, I don't know, Saudi Arabia, where they don't have any rights, right? Or maybe the wrong country choice, but you get what I'm trying to say. The problem because literally all the crime in Chicago is literally concentrated in maybe a 4 to 5 mile square. It's just a small area on the southwest side of the city that accounts for almost 90% of the violent crime, right? If you go there, there's a few things that you'll see. There's a lot of divestments in education, extracurricular activities, and so there's many parts of this. And what the mayors, and I point out again, Baltimore's mayor, Birmingham, there's another one I can't think of that has brought crime down dramatically. They noticed something, right? They looked at it from a nerd perspective, right? And they really got to the root of the problem, and they're dealing with it. And they didn't have to double the police force. They didn't have to get more aggressive with aggressive policing, right? Because it's not as simple as people think it is. And with respect to your comment about people feeling safe, I'm not downgrading, victims, right, or victim shaming or downplaying how they feel, because certainly they have a right to feel safe and be safe. But it's you have to be pragmatic in your approach. Because again, I fly planes for a living, right? People get on there all the time because they feel unsafe. But the reality is they are very, very safe. And that's what I'm saying about public perception versus reality. A lot of people that are dealing with crime, yes, they're dealing with it. But a lot of people that are responding to it don't deal with any of this stuff. And that's causing the overcorrection and overreaction.
Is anybody in the queue, or can I respond to them?
No, you can.
I don't want to overstep. Okay. Gotcha. So my thing is, and again, I hear what you're saying, and we brought up Saudi Arabia and so forth. I mean, I think Saudi Arabia could be used because they have very harsh punishments. They will cut a nigga's head off, and most niggas don't want their heads cut off. So again, I'm not saying we should do this. I'm just saying what they do works. Okay? For example, I know some of my thoughts are extreme when it comes to trying to fix certain things, and stuff will cause crime to go down because for example, when people commit crimes, a lot of times, especially individuals that feel like they have nothing to lose and they feel they might be better if they're in jail anyways because they get 3 hots in a cot or whatever it is. They'll commit crimes because they know that U.S. jails are not that bad. You go to a jail in another country where shit gets real, A lot of people, it deters a lot of people. We got it very comfortable here, okay? If you start really, and again, I'm not advocating for this. I'm just, responding to what you're saying based off, saying that some of these things don't work. And I'm like, well, some of these countries where they fuck people up for committing crimes, it does deter motherfuckers from wanting to commit more crimes because they don't want to get fucked up. You really don't get fucked up out here in the U.S. Not like that, by going to jail, okay? But that was just kind of my point. I'm like, I do think that if people are afraid of consequences, it does deter other people from committing certain crimes.
So again, we're comparing a monarchy where they have like very few freedoms to a country where you have freedoms. I mean, we want to be under an absolute monarchy where one person calls the shots. I mean, if that's what we're advocating for, then fine, right? But this idea of being harsh does not work. Like there are Latin countries, right, that have harsh and terrible prisons, and they still have crime problems. Why? Because poverty.
Corruption.
Because poverty is a big driver in that. And corruption is another, right? But America's biggest problem, because our safest times, right, were also our most prosperous times. Look at when American prosperity was soaring, right? Crime was like unheard of. It was unheard of, right? And crime began to rise as economic equality began to rise and poverty began to rise. America's only problem during our prosperous time was racism. But like now, that's a problem. It's divestment. The neighborhoods and the areas that have high crime don't have investment. Simple things such as giving teenagers like activities and like clubs to go to do things brings down crime rates. I use an anecdotal example of myself. I grew up in a small town and I was very mischievous, got into a lot of trouble. And I stole an ATV. I didn't go to jail. The police were called, but the cop who knew my dad, because being a small town, took me to my father and they dealt with me accordingly. Now, if I were in the city, that would have escalated into something terrible. But my parents decided to take all that free time and that energy and they put it into programs. And I'm a straight A student. I was a straight A student then too, but straight A student didn't get in more trouble because, again, and this is a very oversimplified, explanation. Sure. Want to be with crime, but that's how you deal with the problem. You don't deal with it with harsh punishments because, again, if that were the case, because speeding fines are high, especially when you have multiple speeding tickets. And if you look at the stats of people that speed over and over and over again, like tickets are not a deterrent and punishment is not a deterrent because the states with the death penalty don't have lower murder rates than states without it.
Okay, so here's my thing. For example, and again, I appreciate what you said. I'm saying, well, the difference is, let me start here. And again, I don't know all the information. I'm claiming ignorance to a certain extent. But throughout the corridors of time, niggas have been broke. Niggas have been poor. And based off that, I don't think the society, degraded into a point to where niggas were just causing chaos and committing crimes because they were fucked up and poor. There's a lot of poor people. I grew up poor. It's a lot of poor people that grew up in the trenches that do not engage in criminal activity. Lots of them, millions of them.
Like me.
Okay? So with that being said, I'm not going to sit back and say that poverty doesn't have any role to play, but I argue what size or what percentage that role is. Also, to your point, again, you're right. Your father dealt with you accordingly. Mine did too. I remember when I was younger, I wasn't necessarily that bad, but I stole something. It was I stole a pack of some gum out the store when I was a lot younger, and my dad made me pay for it. Not by bringing it back, but in other ways. I've had friends that, broke into people's houses and wanted me to come along with them, but I was afraid that if I got caught, because with my luck, I would be the nigga to get caught. So I didn't want to have to deal with my father and other people within my family for getting caught. And if they do, they're not afraid of them, and they're not even afraid of the state itself by executing certain punishments. With that said, Mr. Finley, I do believe if you made certain crimes harsher, and I know this is un-American, I'm simply having a conversation with you. If you start, like, for example, and me personally, I think some of these niggas need to be strung up by two horses and pulled apart. I think some of them need to be beheaded in broad daylight for some of the heinous things that they do, okay? I'm not saying if you get a speeding ticket that you need to be shot out of a fucking cannon into a brick wall. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, some of these situations, if you're killing people, if you're going out here, causing like bloodshed and tears in your communities and things like that, there should be harsher punishments than sitting in jail, working out, and converting to Islam. All right. So again, other countries, they will cut your fucking head off, and most people don't want to have their heads cut off. That's all I'm saying.
Well, before anybody goes, there's a gentleman that's been trying to get in. Hold on, Finley. I'll go to you in a moment. But I want to let Alex offer his 2 cents on this topic because he's been trying to get in for a hot minute now. So go ahead, Mr. Alex.
Hey, Brad. Hello, everyone. It's been a long time since I've been on Clubhouse. I don't know the etiquette. I was like flashing mics, I guess, is a thing of the past.
Yeah, you just jump in this room. You kind of have to get in, especially on smaller stages. If not, you just raise it and say, hey, can I get in after this?
Yeah. I mean, people are on one. I let them go on one. This interesting topic for 4:30 on a Monday. I think a lot of people should look at history when it comes down to things that have been done within this country. When it talks about upheaval, I guess, within society, people that have the right to protest, but protest has always brought violence from the other side when people want to speak their minds about whatever they believe in, and that's kind of happened all across the country. I remember reading articles about the Bronx is burning and how President Ford told New York to go to hell. So if you look at what New York looked like in the 70s, it was really, really bad, and that we've had a million different types of epidemics, like the AIDS epidemic, the crack epidemic, which have destroyed neighborhoods. But obviously, if people would look to see how that ended up happening, drugs were redistributed through poorer neighborhoods, and then that created crime, which then made the police go in. And then obviously, like the gentleman was talking about crime being a business, that is absolutely a thing. But in regard to what's occurring now, with the action that's been taken by the federal government going into the cities with National Guard and whatnot, I believe it's a little troubling because the state should be held accountable to work within their own forces to handle the issues within the cities, and for the federal government to come into that is kind of an overreach of power in my belief. I understand that some of the areas obviously need to have improvement, that there are police forces that are lacking with resources, whether it be manpower or equipment or anything else that they can use in order to fix these problems. They've been going on for a very long time. Maybe the federal government might be fed up and thinking this would make it better or fix it, but I don't believe that there is any right way to fix it. I believe that these things will continue to happen even if the federal government marches in these cities or not, but when they withdraw, things will just continue to go as they were before that they were there. I'm not exactly pleased with it. I feel like when they come for New York, I think New York is going to have its own answer to the federal government, because as what I know from living here for most of my life is that each borough can handle their own, and the NYPD is one of the most expensive police forces and most manned police forces in the country. It's not exactly something that I'm looking forward to, but the government's going to do what the government's going to do. The Republicans are in power, the Democrats are weak, and nothing that President Trump has put forward has been stopped. Obviously, when it comes down to the branches of government and checks and balances, it doesn't seem like there is any anymore. So what's going to happen? Well, I think we'll just kind of have to watch. If people want to be civically active, then they can go to the streets and protest, as is their right in this country. But the repercussions of that, of what can happen from the other side, will be seen. Just be peaceful. If not, then you mess around, you find out. Just make sure if you do get caught up, have a good lawyer. Be aware about what the ACLU can provide you, and protect yourself. And people that don't have the means to get a good lawyer and fight within the system that's already constructed, which is already corrupt, as has been proven many times over, you're going to get some real just desserts. And that's just, white collar crime and blue collar crime. Blue collar, sometimes if they don't have the money to handle it or get good representation, they get locked up, and white collar crime gets a slap on the wrist. And that's my 2 cents, and thanks for letting me speak.
Yeah, let me just say, and that was a good. I'm a DC resident. I've lived in DC for 25 years. I'm a homeowner. I certainly have opinions about like that whole thing, but I think that even a broader conversation that I'm not hearing from either side, whether like liberals or Democrats, is really when it comes to crime and eradicating crime, with a militarized presence, either way, how you see it, is that I think the thing that like we need to have a real conversation about, and I think that it's a conversation that neither side really wants to have a conversation about, is anchored in like wealth distribution, particularly when it comes to sort of the racial wealth gap in this country. I don't think that, like, quite honestly, and I'm just being real, I don't think that white liberals are more interested in tackling that issue than white conservatives. I see them as sort of different wings of like poverty, violence, crime is anchored in the fact that the reason that people do it is because that they don't have the wealth. Like, I think that if we as American society were really, really, really interested in addressing like crime in this country, then I think that we'd be really open to entertaining like wealth distribution and specifically like reparations. And that's just what it is. And I just don't think that like white liberals, white conservatives are open to entertaining that conversation, because really what we're trying to do through sort of a militarized approach to addressing crime, it's like sort of like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. And that's really what it is. And I think that like white people in this country, I think you guys really need to sort of like look at yourselves internally on whichever side that you're on. If we want to address crime, if we redistribute wealth in this country, we'll see a change when it comes to crime overnight. Like, people just don't do crime, because they just want to do crime, but it's a function of poverty. And I think that America, given its caste system, has created a caste system where ultimately, traditionally, white people are at the top of that caste system. And that caste system is anchored in wealth, and black people, especially those that descend from slavery in this country, are anchored and tied to the bottom. And it's been very intentional. It's been very purposeful. So that's my 2 cents. I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to share my position. But yeah, that's what it's about.
And while you were giving your submission that you were correct, I would say that's a fact with respect to white liberals and white conservatives. White liberals claim that they want, like, for example, in homelessness, when you propose to build like low income properties or homeless shelters in their neighborhoods, they're NIMBY fast as hell. Just wanted to say I agree with you 1,000%.
I think I actually agree with that point as well, because a lot of white liberals, like, in order to do this, you got to take food out of your family's mouth to do that. And most white liberals aren't willing to do that. They just want a virtue signal. But to the point about reparations and everything else, I am very curious. From what I've been reading, again, it's about 17%. Let's talk about the black community. 17% of the black community is considered poor, right? And of that 17%, I was very curious. What is the percentage of those that do commit crime? Because we're always saying that poverty and crime go hand in hand. And everything that I'm looking at, I only see anywhere from 2 to 5%. 2 to 5% of the 17% of individuals that are considered poor. So why is it that we're always harping on, well, we just got to cut niggas checks. And if we cut niggas checks, that the whole, it's going to completely stop crime. And again, the vast majority of the black community is not committing crime, and the vast majority of the black community or the ones that are in poverty are not committing crime. So that's why I'm always confused on, like, why do we keep harping as if the magic? Again, we know about a lot of these entertainers that end up coming from nothing, getting a large sum of money, and continue to commit acts of degeneracy. So it's not just, getting a check cut that's supposed to be the magic, wand or bullet or whatever it is that you need to kind of fix the situations.
So I don't know. I wasn't used to maybe I missed you, to be honest. I'm not even sure what the question was, to be honest. Maybe it's.
No, I was asking. My question is why do we constantly equate crime with the fact that people are poor?
Well, because there is a somewhat of a correlation. It's more about the income inequality per se. But I also want to point out that I don't know who made the reparations argument. Maybe Hood did. I didn't hear it. I don't know.
Hood did. Hood made the reparations argument.
Okay, my fault. But I'm not making it because the reparations argument is a separate argument. I'm making the argument that one of the reasons that crime is persistent in these areas because it is a cycle of young people not having anything to do, right?
Did he just get a phone call?
Did he go out?
Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah, he was. I wanted to end this. And I get, people often try to draw this distinction. A correlation between poverty and crime. Yeah. More people live in depressed area where crime is more prevalent because those are economically not viable homes. It doesn't mean that the poor are overwhelmingly committing the largest section of crime. That really doesn't equate well.
Yeah, I haven't been seeing the numbers to back that up. That's what I've been looking for.
Yeah, Epstein Island should teach you that stuff. And I can point some other crimes too. Take stock floors, the New York Stock Exchange alone. I'm pretty sure I can point out. You guys should really watch The Wolf of Wall Street. That was pretty criminal there. But I'm going to say that just because there's a correlation does not actually mean there's a causation. For instance, I do not believe that all crime committed in America is done by black people. Now, can you find stats that say, hey, 55% or 50% more of violent crimes are committed by blah, blah, blah? Maybe. You could probably find a stat. I'm sure you can. You can find some narrative. Now, I can deep dive that and actually look at those numbers and say, all right, well, there's ambiguity here. 55% of all murders are not solved in the country. Also, we don't have states responding and reporting in any kind of unified framework. So these stats are already automatically off. And we have a problem correlating data and coalescing data to actually get it to a centralized source that we can actually be sure is stating that this is a direct problem or this is the direct cause. So, I mean, again, asking to redistribute people's wealth after a lifetime or even a multitude of people's wealth, you understand that taking that is not just coming from white people. That's coming from black. It's coming from Hispanic. It's coming from Muslims. It's coming from Indian. It's coming from Asians. It's coming from Native Americans. You're asking to take the wealth of America and every section and facet of society and say, here, I want to redistribute it for one political entity. And my belief is that once I redistribute this wealth, crime will immediately go down. Well, if everybody's equal, what makes you think crime would actually go down? Because that's statistically, I haven't found anything in history, and I can't recall anything in history that actually has happened. Like that doesn't go anywhere. There's always people going to commit crime, murder, rape. Like, how does poverty fix rape? Like, you don't have that. Like, rape is rape, and it's done by rich, it's done by poor. Sexual abuse to children. Rich, poor, middle income, happens. What else is there? Oh, yeah. Theft, rich, poor. You have rich fucking kids that are stealing. Like, trust me, we know they're out there. And in significant numbers too. It's just they may have better lawyers. So, I don't think redistribution has shown it, and you should look at that because the Bolshevik revolution was supposed to be redistribution. There was a whole lot of fucking murder going on during that time period.
Well, I think sort of the core of your argument against redistribution is, whether you know it or not, is sort of anchored in the fact that you think that redistribution is a handout. And that's sort of
based on your submission, your contributions, that you think that.
I'll tell you what I actually think. All you have to do is just ask me.
I don't think that's what he's saying, Hood.
I call redistribution an actual theft. I don't call it a handout. I think it's theft by
Okay, so
another
how do
name.
you define redistribution then?
Well, things like affirmative action, I don't think you'd call that a handout, but that was to hopefully
Could you let him speak, man?
The concept,
Honestly.
Hood,
Could you
stop
let
him
him
talking.
speak?
Well, Hood,
I don't even know what.
the concept
It's
25 years ago
weird.
when that
Could you
came
let him speak
into
for himself?
the concept 25 years ago when
Why
that
can't
came
you let
in
him speak for
was the
himself?
idea to
I'm just asking, like,
She's a mod. Hood. She's a mod. You have to agree. She's a mod. Bro.
I don't care if she's a mod. But it's just weird.
yeah, well, I'm answering it. Anyway, the concept of affirmative action, if you read when that came into play into through the court system and also into schools and used within our culture, was for exactly that purpose, to ultimately create a redistribution and the ability to give opportunity. So I mean, it's not necessarily, you want to call that a handout, I wouldn't call that a handout. That's not what its intention was.
So, and Thomas, was there something wrong with what I said or anybody else on the station?
No.
Both sides. I call redistribution based under the guise of what he said, and the framework was we take it from the wealthy and we redistribute it. Am I missing something here? Is there something that I wasn't adding up?
No, not at all.
You can't read it. That's theft. I'm stealing from one person, but I'm wrapping it up so my morals and my pillow at night feel better. So I'm stealing, like, I'm going to pick on Abby here because I can pick on her, and she's lovely and beautiful. I'm taking Abby's shit. I'm taking her stuff, and I'm saying, you know what, Abby? I'm giving you 20%. That's what you get. You get nothing more. Like, this is what I say. I am freaking king here. Like, first off. And then I'm going to give it to, I don't know, Hood. I'll give it to this guy, Hood. And he now gets to take, I don't know, 40% of what Abby did. Redistribution is literally theft. You're just trying to give yourself a moral framework and a nice word to hide it on. You're a
let me just say this. Let me just say this. The issue.
Bro, relax, son. You're going to speak, bro. Relax.
Quickly. It's so crazy.
That, like, crazy is that you're not listening to me. I said Thomas and Finley, and then you can go after it. You advocated like whatever you think you have in this room. Thomas, Finley, then you, Hood.
So, and let me just say this. It vexes me, this type of behavior, because I want to hear his argument. But this is what I started to believe, because this happens all the time. The motherfuckers crash out. And I think the reason for this is when they realize they don't have an argument. So what they'll do is they'll try to basically redirect the argument to something that's irrelevant. Okay? He understands. Most people that get on stage understands that the mods can pretty much do whatever the fuck they want to. You're not going to win the battle. You're probably going to get blown from the stage. So why engage in a back and forth like that? I want to hear your argument. Why put yourself in a situation where you're not going to be able to have the argument and your points aren't going to be able to be heard by crashing out that way? I don't understand this shit. It vexes me. It really does. But you know what? Go ahead, Philly. You got it.
Well, I agree with the argument. And I don't agree that redistribution is theft because you can just taxes, right? You can do a better tax policy than the play for play and rig for the rich policies that we currently have that have caused this income inequality over the last 40 years. It's just trash policy, and I agree that there's no causation with poverty and crime, but there's some correlations there. But it's a lot of it is again lack of investment. And again, we see it. We see it starting very young. And I agree. There's no magic bullet to crime because even if like they were the rapes in the 50s and the 40s when the economy was more equitable than everybody except black people. But I understand the thought that you'll never get rid of all crime, and that's not the goal. The goal is to address some of the causes of like some of these violent crimes, and I do think that it's a lack of investment clearly in a lot of places that are crime ridden. Well, let me strike that. A lot of places that are ridden with violent crime, there is this underinvestment because white collar crime exists throughout the whole of America, and we don't spend nearly as much time trying to prosecute it publicly or legislatively like we do violent crime. And the white collar crimes, in my opinion, has many, many more victims than violent crime does. But I'm gonna leave that there.
Yeah, let me just say real fast. I'm gonna try to be as respectful, as I can, but it's really difficult when I hear people sort of argue about quote unquote reparations, quote unquote wealth distribution, because the way that you view it is completely ahistorical. Like you're completely erasing like 500-600 years of history that Black slaves and sort of the sacrifices that their descendants made to create the greatest country in the world. Like you're literally erasing 300 years of fucking free labor in sort of your argument as to why you think that, like, when it comes to wealth distribution, that somehow the descendants of the people that provided 300 fucking years of free labor, the fucking slaves of this goddamn country that were the foundation of building this nation with fucking free labor, aren't entitled to anything. It's really, in my opinion, it's deeply anchored in white supremacy. It's deeply anchored in historical erasure, and it's deeply rooted in, for most of you white people, most all of you motherfuckers are fucking immigrants. Most all white people, unless you came on the goddamn Mayflower, you're immigrants. And it just really validates to me the egregiousness, the evil of white supremacy on the left and the fucking right. And I just think you guys are I think you're callous, evil people. And to sort of argue, and let me just finish, I'll land here. Let me just say, I'll land here. For you to have a position of like erasing history, that level of arrogance is completely baffling, and you really need to fucking check yourselves, because the descendants of slaves in this country are absolutely due reparations and redress, given the 300 years of free labor that we've contributed to building this nation. And I'll land there. Thank you.
Okay, so it's weird. I love this. I really do. I love these reparations talks because usually they're espoused by people who can't really correlate history. You went from 500, 400 to 300 years. I believe the United States is only 250 years. Maybe you should start with fucking England, France, Spain, Portugal.
Brazil, my guy. Brazil, and that's some 1888. Like, this is
your fact that black people built the fucking nation. No, you did not. The primary fucking thing that you're going to categorize yourself is that you somehow had fucking Wakanda, and that the Americans came over here and fucking ripped Wakanda from you and then put you in a cotton field. That didn't fucking happen that way. Your fucking land was taken over by other black people who then deemed you or your ancestors unworthy to exist. So they either killed your asses, or they said, hey, you're going to be slaves, and we're going to sell you for fucking trinkets and fucking whatever the fuck it was. Shiny pieces of ape. I don't fucking know. And the white European nations didn't send an entire army to invade Africa. They tried that. They got their asses killed. They couldn't even get past certain regions because of the interior. They died from malaria, dysentery. They were eaten. The fucking terrain in Africa was horrendous for Northern Europeans. They didn't bother to approach it because they knew only water sources, and their biomes were vastly different than the biomes down there. They didn't succeed. So your historical relevance is also kind of bullshit. And if you really wanted to go for the tit for tat, I mean, you've got 300 years of actual slavery where black Africans and Muslims, which, you know, depending on the day of week, a lot of you like flip-flop and say Muslims are either black when they add to your cause, and then they're not black when they don't add to your cause. But those guys actually had a huge slave trade enslaving white people. You know, there's a song, I forget who did it. You know, there's a whole song about some of this stuff that goes on a little bit. You should look up some more history on this. And they had it, and white people were enslaved. So I guess, you know, white people should ask for their 300 years of pounds of flesh from all of the aspects of Africa doing this fuck shit. But anyway, when you come to America, the fact that you articulate and say, we built it. No, you didn't design cities. You didn't do central planning. Yes, you worked chorus. Yes, you worked alongside other impoverished white people, Irish, Gaelic, people deemed unworthy in society, not even deemed to be classified as humans, and had to go through similar oppressions, similar restrictions, and similar rejections. You don't give accounts for the Asians. We literally had anti-Asian policies and huge Asian discriminations going on way prior to, guess what? The expansion of black people into California, because you weren't fucking there. And for the record, the majority of the time that you quote this country and you act like we're getting California reparations, mind you, that the United States wasn't even the United States it is today in 1865 when slavery ended, or one of the 5 other civil rights bills that was passed, or one of the other fucking land grants and all of this stuff. Now, there are egregious actions that the U.S. has taken place, and there have been things that I would agree with in redressing harms. But you Wakandites that want to come up here and go reparations and we need to redistribute wealth, you are the wrong people to talk to. You're not sitting at the table. You're not invited to the table. You're not on the legislation. You're not even on the panels with that. And you're not being accepted in the room because you don't know the actual historical facts. You don't know about the trademark.
Yeah, like, you're literally so.
All right, let me jump in real quick.
No, you don't get to jump in my fucking room. Who the fuck are you?
I'm JR, bro. Fuck you.
I don't care who you are.
I just want to jump in because you're saying a whole bunch, bro. I got a couple questions for you.
You can wait. So again,
okay, so you just gonna talk wild to me?
I talk any way I want to. That's the whole point of this. Like, I am tired of people coming on stage saying, until reparations, we don't have a functioning government. You had a functioning government. You had all this shit prior. I'm sorry you were deemed inferior by a continent of people who didn't look like me. I'm sorry you may have some fucking ancestor that was enslaved. Your asses weren't fighting for Irish lives when Ireland was getting starved, when children were getting raped, when they were getting boot stomped, they were getting murdered, when they were made to work the fields, when they were made to fuck each other for fucking entertainment, when the fucking English lords were doing that. They've been doing that for 1,000 years. That's where my ancestors come from.
The Irish were enslaved too, Brad. The Irish,
I know. The Mexicans too. They went through that shit too. Like, they had their own. They had a whole point. You're not bitching about Polk going in and taking Mexican territory and fucking ostracizing the Mexican native or Americans or the Indians or whatever you want to give them their label in California, Oregon, and Washington, Arizona. You don't condemn President Polk for doing that with John Kidding and all of those other fucking mutineers creating a secession and then telling the people you're now American citizens, you just have to act right. And oh, by the way, we're not helping you with anything. And Mexico cutting off their food supplies and killing them and taking their children, taking their stocks. You didn't do shit about that. Spare me your outrage, because yours is just fake. You're full of shit and you don't even know the questions, let alone the answers to it. Now, who wants next?
Well, the irony, I just always ask this people that push for reparations, who do you think's paying for these reparations? It'll be taxpayers. And I wonder if the people that are asking for it also pay taxes, because they're going to be paying for their own reparations. Like, do they understand where the money comes out of? It's going to come out of their pockets. And are they comfortable with that, or do they pay taxes?
I think my argument is never. I don't argue for
the U.S. Treasury.
Treasury, guys. Civics. Let's get back to civics.
I don't argue the slavery reparations.
But who pays into it?
I argue. With the taxpayers. My argument would be for reparations from Jim Crow, because I think that's an easier argument to make. It's more traceable. You can certainly make the argument with redlining, segregated schools. Like, there's a ton of arguments to be made there.
freeways being bulldozing through black neighborhoods and destroying black wealth. You can make that argument a lot clearer. And yes, I would argue that the governments that did the harm.
Wait, I understand, but just basically, just get me there. So
I'm a
who
taxpayer.
funds the government? You
we
do,
do,
right?
yes. My tax dollars will go back to pay back the people whose property and wealth was stolen from them. I'm good with that because when police brutalize people and they get sued, guess who has to pay for that crap? I do. I got to pay for it.
Okay, so
right when a teacher sexually assaults a kid and gets in the school system, the school gets sued, right? I have to pay for that.
But did you feel that when I was bringing up affirmative action before, did you feel that was a form of compensation to try to create programs to overly extend opportunity?
Did I feel the affirmative action was that type of program?
When that came into law, when Justice O'Connor wrote that famous opinion, did you feel that was something also in line with what you're talking about, where the redlining caused the harm, that was to undo that harm by giving opportunity?
Kinda. It was an attempt.
It was an attempt.
I don't know that it was a sufficient attempt, but it was an attempt.
I always, again, the slavery argument always baffles me. A lot of these arguments baffle me because I understand it, but it's hard for me to wrap my head around it. For example, like Brad said earlier, for whatever reason, we always hyperfixate on the U.S. as if U.S. was the only place that harbored slaves, and as if the U.S. is the only one that treated their slaves badly. First and foremost, slaves are very expensive in the United States. Even though we see a lot of movies of terrible things happen to slaves, which they did, the vast majority of slaves were very expensive. You couldn't just slaughter them, okay? They were very expensive to get and to maintain. With that being said, also, some of these places had slavery for thousands of years, that helped build their civilizations for thousands of years. Do you think in 2025 or even in the 20th century, they said, you know what? For the thousands, for 1,500 years that we had you motherfuckers slaving, okay, in a hot sun, here's a check for $1 million. Nobody's doing that. Nobody. So again, even if we were to even look to try to do something like that, listen, DNA test, I think there's stuff within the DNA test that say that this is for entertainment purposes only or some shit like that. I don't know, but my point is this. How are we going to legitimize and legitimately trace back to whose parents were affected by this, to what percent, et cetera, to be able to even decide who gets what? And all that's going to do at the end of the day, and they're going to say this is racist too, if they were to cut everybody a fucking check in my community for whatever amount of money, they're just going to raise prices of shit. That's all they're going to do. They're just going to raise fucking prices of shit. And then you're going to say, well, it's racist now because the house I was looking at for buying for $700,000 is now $1.2 million. So again, I don't understand where this goes.
But let me just say, it's sort of weird. Let me just finish. Like your position that, sort of like tracing, like, I guess your ancestry back to slavery, like literally, like that shit was not that long ago. I'm a Gen Xer. My parents, thank God, are silent gens. They're still alive in their late 80s. My dad's father, or grandfather, was actually born into slavery. So, like, this sort of belief that, like, our connection as the descendants of slaves was, like, thousands and centuries ago. No, we're talking literally, like, 3 generations back. Like, we can fucking easily trace, like, and my parents, as a matter of fact, are also survivors of Jim Crow. And again, that's the thing that people think that, like, that what this reparations claim, it's not limited to slavery. But it brings forward all of the very targeted policies, discriminatory policies of the U.S. federal government against a specific group of people. And that's a claim. Like, when we look at, like, the California Task Force in their 2-year study, AB 3121, which was signed into law by Gavin Newsom. Camilla Moore was the chair of that commission that studied reparations over 2 years and made recommendations.
Okay, what's the point?
Let me just finish.
First off, you don't tell me what to do.
Oh my God. Brad,
I don't like this bullshit. Like, you can call me racist. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. I've been on the step 5 years. I've held rooms and clearly have held content and had discussions far deeper than you have. I've actually been in legislative circus. I've sat at the tables. I've listened to this. I've been to the meetings. Read the books, read the pamphlets, saw the movie rights. Your fucking 12 years of slave fucking narrative and coming on stage saying what you owe when you weren't there. You're leaving out the fact that only 3 to 5% of the population pretty much at the start of the Civil War had slaves. So then we're looking at an agricultural aspect. Yes, slavery was existing on here, mostly in, guess where, farming rich areas where the overwhelming wealth they didn't have it. Don't come up, Ali. Don't do it to me because I'm not in the mood. I don't like hood rats, and I don't like people who are really fucking didn't read history. And you just fucking quoted movie lines.
That was my accident.
That's fine. You literally started quoting 12 years of fucking slave and then told me let me land. Fuck you. Get out of my room. Go do your own it. That's why nobody comes to and listens to it, because your shit is stupid. You don't have any historical references. You don't talk about the patents, copyrights, art. You don't even go after the Met. The fucking Met Gala has fucking black artwork, black American artwork hanging right fucking now. There's literally a fucking exhibit on it. And guess what? 60 to 75% of that artwork that's hanging in the fucking Met, guess where it came from? Oh, yeah, Jim Crow era and post-Civil War artists, and it was just taken from them. It wasn't asked, it wasn't given, it was just seized. Many times it was stolen from them, and somehow the Met got it through the black market, which a lot of fucking art actually gets up there through the black market because these people had it. And you're not fucking standing up there going, hey, we should have that artwork returned. You didn't even fucking know about it until I fucking told you. Again, you don't even go down to the Smithsonian. How about the Black Museum of History, slave history in fucking D.C. that everybody was bitching about? Oh, those artifacts, Trump pulled them out. You're right, he should have. He should have fucking returned them to the original families, because a lot of those exhibits that went up there to have this natural museum were stolen from fucking families. But you had no rationale. You didn't know about these certain things. So when you Wakanda Lights, which I'm going to call you that, and I wish Gerard was here because he would have packed you up a lot sooner than I would have. But he and I are under the same assumption. There are people who can articulate reparations, and they can articulate an argument, and I'd be willing to listen to them. But then there are those like you who sit there and watch 12 Years a Slave come up on stages, and you fucking read From Here to Equality. You didn't even read the whole fucking book. You read the fucking Cliff Notes version, and now you want to act like you actually have some historical connection. You forgot about black slave owners. You forgot about black shippers. You forgot about black businessmen who profited off of slavery, intercontinental. You forgot literally all the Caribbean, Mexico, and fucking South America, which had overwhelmingly more than any other part. The majority of slaves from Africa went to fucking Brazil. Get your facts right. And oh, by the way, we're 250 years old, not 300. Jesus fucking Christ. It was England before that. So get your reparations from England before you come to me and ask me for a handout. And call me racist. Ali, or whoever's next, go ahead.
Yeah, Brad, quickly, actually on my BJ, am I audible? I want to make a couple of quick comments.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, two things. And both things are almost cliche by now. Number one, the black fatigue. We are all tired of this discussion going on, particularly in the last decade. Number two, to the black community, there is no help on the way. No cavalry is coming. You have to do this country. And I fully recognize the slavery and the history of it. But in the beginning, it's been almost 450 years or 400 years. It's about time and they can do what needs to be done for themselves. Again, I land with this.
No further help is coming. The Calgary is not on the way. You've got to do it yourself. Thank you, Brad.
You know what? If they really want, listen. If they really want reparations, why don't we do this? Listen to your white compatriots on the left, respectfully, that agree with you, that believe that you should be given reparations. Why don't you have them all cut checks? Okay, have them all cut checks in California, New York, wherever. Have them cut the checks for you. Don't ask it from the people that don't agree with you, like the conservatives or anybody else, or whoever. Ask the white liberal to cut you a check. Okay, that's all you have to do.
Yeah, just to be clear, because I know you guys, it's hard for you guys to keep up with the argument. Nobody's asking you to personally cut a check. This is a stupid argument. I don't know where you guys got this from. It's the government. The government did a crime. They pay for the crime. It's that simple. No person, especially black people, are asking for individual.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Stop.
What do you? You said some dumb shit.
Who funds
you were wrong. You were fucking wrong.
The government just cuts a check. Where does the government get it?
You were fucking wrong. You didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
Screaming you're wrong doesn't change anything, bro. It's
yes,
stupid.
it does. It means you're stupid. Because you said you.
Oh, Jesus,
bro. This is
check from the government. Who pays the government?
He doesn't know. You know what? Listen.
Here's my problem, Thomas. This is the part. That motherfucker, I can promise you, does not pay fucking taxes. What the fuck you want me to redistribute out? I'm not taking money from Thomas and giving it to, what is this ass name? Fucking Klingon, whatever your fucking name is. I am not taking Thomas's money and giving it to you. You clearly don't pay fucking taxes. Why? You got tax-free. You're an EBT warrior. I'm not fucking giving you more money. You've already suckled at the government dick. You swallowed it. I'm not giving you more. Cutting a government check is akin to saying, let me tax the people, let me create more money, let me print more, let me cause inflation, let me cause a whole bunch of other issues that you haven't even accounted for, so your dumb fucking hood rat ass could get a check. Spare me with it. Not happening. We'll vote for it hands down. And oh, by the way, even the people that are in the fucking reparations argument don't want you to have a fucking check. The black people who are arguing for reparations aren't wanting you, Klingon, fucking whatever your name is, to have a fucking check from the government. How does that make you feel? The ones that are actually pushing legislation don't want you to have your fucking check. You're a moron for screaming, I want a check from the government.
Can I ask how this conversation went from is burning the flag, free speech, cash bail ban to slavery reparations?
Yes. So what happened?
I've been on this app for 6 years now, getting ready to be 2026 in 6 years. You motherfuckers have been talking about reparations and slavery for fucking can you please just shut the fuck up about it? Like, at this point, right, who the fuck cares, bro? Like, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. And the only thing I disagree with, to be quite honest with everyone in the room, like, my tax dollars are going to fucking trans surgeries and fucking goddamn overseas and for gay ass fucking Sesame Street fucking plays. So if we want to talk about what taxes are being spent on, we can really have that conversation. As far as is burning the flag free speech, absolutely the fuck it's not. You don't have the right to burn our fucking flag that our soldiers fought for, the fabric of our fucking country, or you can even say company if you want to. You people in here scream about slavery. Well, let's have the conversation. Didn't your so-called ancestors fight for that very flag? So why would you be advocating for it to be burned? I don't understand it. And lately I've been seeing it burn in defense of illegal immigration. That is 100% where I draw the fucking line. I don't give a fuck about these illegals. They all need to be fucking deported. All of them. I don't give a fuck if you've been here 20, 30, or 50 fucking years illegally. You need to go. Right? That's just a side note. But that's why this conversation came up anyways, because we're seeing this at protests. As far as cash bail goes, I mean, if you got enough money to get yourself out of fucking trouble, I guess go ahead and handle your business. Most of those people are going to reoffend anyway. The universe knew not to make me a fucking judge or magistrate or police, because a lot of you motherfuckers would be under the jail. The prison system would love me, because I would literally just get mandatory minimums for everything, and you all would just rot in fucking prison, honestly. So, I
don't know. These conversations to me are just getting fucking old, honestly. Because I mean, how many more years are you guys gonna keep talking about reparations? Like, Clubhouse is not gonna help you get reparations. And the other question I have is, how close have you gotten to those reparations since the first year I heard you guys talking about it on this app? Again, like I said, 2026 is in 6 months. Where's the progress? I don't see any movement. I don't see what's going up. FBA is essentially labeled to me personally as a bunch of fucking domestic terrorists. You all sound like the fucking Klan member. You know, you tell me just because I have a Jamaican father who came from Jamaica who also fought for this fucking country that I'm not black. So, you know, the question I have is, why would I give a fuck if you get reparations or not when you don't even deem me to be you? So I'll land there. And, you know, Brad, good to hear you. And I hope everyone.
Yeah, I don't make that sense. Go ahead, family. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. No, you good. Yeah, and I concur. So again, like, we got to this point because a gentleman came on stage and decided to take the aspect of, because we started talking about crime and poverty, and then he started talking about how we need to look at it from the perspective of people committing crime because of racial inequality. That's how it got there. Now, again, I said earlier, some of these niggas need their heads cut off. Again, at the end of the day, like I brought up, I was trying to bring up earlier before homeboy came off his mic and started crashing out, was if you really want it that bad, hold these liberal compatriots to the feet to the fire. Have them start dropping donations like Dr. Umar Johnson, asking for donations, okay? Start asking, I'm an FBA member technically, but have your compatriots that agree with your ideology start asking for donations from your white liberal compatriots. And let's see how many of them really believe and stand with you. And that includes the ones that you vote into office, Gavin Newsom or anybody else. Let's see who's all willing to put their money where their mouth is. And the government trying to cut you a check is stupid. Because I don't even want to address it because that was fucking retarded.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Thomas. And that's the one argument that I fucking hate, right? That somehow because people are racial inequality or poverty or whatever is why people are committing crimes, and is why, like, that is the stupidest fucking argument that I've ever heard in my life. You're broke and dusty, so you want to go pick up a gun and kill people.
I've never. Listen. I brought that up.
No, I know you haven't. But I'm saying, where's the correlation in that argument?
I've been trying to think. Listen, I've been asking you one thing. I've been asking that question
of the argument, though.
I've been asking this question since the jump.
I'm willing to take out.
I've been asking the question because all the studies that I've been reading, when it talks about poverty and crime, I was looking at specifically the black community because I'm a part of it. Out of the 17% of the black community that is considered to be in poverty, only 2 or 5% are the ones that commit crime. So where is this correlation coming from to such a degree that we think that if we just, I'm not saying Mr. Finley's saying this, I'm saying in general because I heard this argument over and over again, that if we start cutting niggas checks, then crime would just miraculously disappear. You know, so I don't know where it comes from.
Yeah,
do I think there's some correlation?
Drills and $2,000 Supreme Jeep Bezos, that doesn't sound like a group that's impoverished to me, right? No. A lot of these fucking killings are personal, right? They're not because of poverty. I'm going to be completely honest with you, a lot of it stems from, you guys aren't going to believe me because it sounds cliche, but it's music.
It's not music.
Internal beefs.
It's not music.
That flood in the streets.
It's not music.
Yes, off of the top.
It's not music.
Okay, well, go ahead.
So that crime is a very complex conversation, right? But the crime that we talk about the most is violent crime, right? We never talk about white collar crime ever. And there's I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe there's more white collar crime than there is violent crime.
I think white collar crime affects more people is what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Right. No, I'm saying, but I think there's more though. Like physical number of crimes is more white collar. But even I digress on that point. I wanted to address the point about music because there's this belief, right, that music causes the crime, and that's just not true. Violent crime in this country began an uptick in the 70s, right? It peaked. In 1991 was like the worst year ever, right, for crime, and then it began to drop. Gangster rap, which is the culprit, as we like to often call, did not go mainstream in America until like the
early 90s. And so it doesn't correlate because as gangster rap got its rise to early to mid 90s, crime was on the decline. Violent crime was on the decline, a sharp decline. So it doesn't follow. Violent crime was on the rise way before that.
Hold on. So, like, I hate when we do this because, like, when we talk violent crime, we're talking specifically violent crime. It's usually murder, rape, and what is the other one? Assault. And so we often categorize anything with that type of crime in it. But you can't do the direct comparison to white-collar crime, which is wage theft, like fraud, art forgery, copyright infringement, like that's all.
Yeah, you don't see people's brains splattered all over the concrete.
Yeah,
white-collar
the
crime.
difference, and to say like crime went down, I'm like,
I always say from where? From what point? I want to know the numbers.
So people will often cite the 80s, the late 80s, and the early 90s. They'll say, oh, it went down from that point. Well, it did to a point. You have it, but there was a reason why it went down. There was like a reaction. The pendulum swung the other way, and the people of this country said, I don't give a shit. I want motherfuckers either iced out or I want them locked up. And that was pretty much what they did. Remember, they all went to Clinton and said, give me the 94 crime bill. They cheered that shit on all sides of the aisle. They pushed that through. There was no, oh my God, this is going to disappear. Nope. They wanted stop and frisk in New York City. You forget that shit. Like now you're calling back Trump's like ladder going, oh, he's going after the Central Park 5. But Trump was a private citizen at the time. He was responding to news reports that were coming out of the city. Those were your leaders at the time. They were saying, we can't do this. And the people wanted this push. So now when you let up and now you're saying, oh, hey, we're starting to see another spike in crime, which definitely occurred 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 23, you're still seeing a spike. Yes, it has gone down in certain areas. And overall, I would say, yes, it's depending on how we're reporting it and cataloging it, because apparently now we just fucking play with stats in the FBI and apparently the federal government. That's on both sides of the aisle, Finley. But you can't slam it and say, hey, this is proof positive it's really going down, because people are seeing it increase in their neighborhoods. They're seeing the theft, the shoplifting. They're no longer just standing by and watching. They're seeing this shit go on right in front of them. And the reason they're feeling the impact is because those stores are leaving the neighborhood. So now those citizens are saying, fuck no, I feel it. My Target left. I have to now go 10 miles further just to get a loaf of fucking bread. I don't want this shit going on. Lock the motherfuckers up. And then you have people on the left screaming, well, this is unfair. This is targeting. And the people, their own constituencies are saying, I don't have a place to go. You have to do something about this. You have to correct this. So I'm kind of looking at the stats going, white collar crime not the same as violent crime.
So on the point of music, right, Mr.
I'm not saying it's the same as crime. I'm saying I made the point earlier. We're not as aggressive with it as we are with violent crime. And if you want to include like theft, we're more aggressive with like petty theft than we are with like corporate theft. We're way more aggressive. They serve way more time for stealing like a radio versus someone that freaking stole half a pension fund.
So, Mister, I will agree on your point earlier, halfway, that it's not about music, right? In the earlier times, your argument would have flown, right? But I'll use examples, right? We have Jacksonville, Chicago. These places today where the murder rate is super high all stem from rap beef, bro. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's like literally.
That's just not true.
And we have proof of this from the sheriff's department in Jacksonville. He's gotten on press conferences on numerous occasions and has admitted that is the reason why street beef has, uptick, is because of the music. Now, yes, back in the day, I'll say, no, it really had nothing to do with it. But today, in 2025, yes, a lot of it does stem from the music, 100%.
Do you think it has more to do? So the quick response, real quick, Thomas. Real quick. So respectfully, and I have great respect for sheriffs in Florida, great respect for them, law enforcement. I'm a former law enforcement, great respect for law enforcement. I have two siblings that are law enforcement, great respect for them. But sheriffs, respectfully, are political. They are political. They're going to say what sounds good, right? But if I wish I could think of some links to put in the chat to kind of wet your whistle to study criminal justice. It's not that black and white. And to Brian's point, yes, there was an overcorrection with locking everybody up, right? And it had a negative effect, but that wasn't the key thing. The only thing that brought down crime, the economy during the 90s also exploded
during the 90s. And so two things happened at the same time. You had a lot of economic development, and you had an over-aggressive like police force. And like those two, which shows that the economics are necessary to kind of stop the cycle. But that Holocaust that you did with like black men and men of color kind of hurt because a lot of the crime now is youth crime, which is a whole nother conversation.
Mr. Finley, if there's something you'd like me to look up to give to Brad, I'd be happy to. You just send me something in the back channel.
So here's my problem, Marshall, because I still do study a lot of criminal justice. And I listen to a lot of podcasts by people that do it. I read a lot of like articles and stuff like that. So I can't think off the top of my head like a particular study that I've read. Because a lot of stuff that I did in college, I don't remember any of that stuff. I remember excerpts from it, but I don't remember like specifically like this study that versus that study. The Innocence Project puts out a lot of stuff as well, and the Southern Poverty Law Center does put out a lot of stuff as well with respect to this particular subject.
I think that here's my thing. Again, I haven't studied. I'm not a scholar in this at all. I'm just kind of trying to put pieces together here. So bear with me. When you think about the influences, especially of the youth, and we'll say either it does, like music does affect them, and it doesn't affect them. I believe that it does, and I think because of the era that we live in, it does a lot more than it did prior. For example, we look at social media.
That's what I was saying.
We all can agree that social media affects the mental health of a lot of individuals, even though social media back in the 90s was in its infancy. So now, currently, when we got TikTok, X, and everything else, where people are living on social media, a lot of people have conformed their lives to social media. For example, if you look at some of the kids coming up now in like first grade, et cetera, and they ask them, what do you want to do when you grow up? I don't want to be an astronaut anymore. I don't want to be a doctor. I want to be Kai Cenat, okay? I want to be a streamer. I want to be Ninja, that's a gamer making millions of dollars, QVC, or whatever the nigga's name is. I want to do these things. So I think there is an influence to some degree. I remember coming up, and when I would hear certain things on the radio and hang out in certain environments, a lot of the individuals, and again, we've heard this some of that people say, I identify with, the reason I like this song is because I identify with that. It resonates with me, okay? I really never liked drill rap. Why? Because it doesn't resonate with me. I can't relate to none of that shit them niggas are talking to me now, since you have an easier access to it than you had back in the early 2000s and the 90s.
I feel like 10 years ago, Mr. would have had an argument. I'm not saying what Mr. is saying is completely wrong, right? There are points there. But, and because it is true that, I guess, certain deputies are political. But, bro, today, it's like we've evolved from Bloods and Crips to now everybody is beefing over blocks, like, especially here in LA. Like, it used to be just Bloods and Crips, and now it's what block do you live on?
Blocks that they don't even own. Blocks that they don't even own.
That's always about colors anymore. That's always riding around seeing people that's claiming to be impoverished. And again, this is a stupid argument, right? But it's just like, you guys don't look impoverished to me. I know looks can be deceiving, right? But a lot of these guys that are doing the crimes and doing all this stuff, they have opportunities to change their lives and fix their lives, right? Like, so I don't buy the arguments that, well, because we're broke, we're putting switches on the back of our guns and going out here committing crime. Like, no, the judges are not telling you guys to go out here and commit crimes for you to live in the courtroom. You're doing that yourself. Yeah, but so like, I don't buy the argument that, poverty is why these people are doing this, and the judicial system is against us. Well, I mean, I've managed for 28 years to stay out of criminal trouble. So, I mean, again, I'm an anomaly, right? Or it's anecdotal. But I'm black. If I could do it, why? I don't know.
So my first point, it's not the music, right? Music, people make this, people pretend as if wanting to do something outside of quote unquote mainstream is new, right? Wanting to be a gamer is new. If gamers existed in the 60s, there would have been kids that would have wanted to be gamers. If rap existed in the 60s, there would have been kids that wanted to be rap because people wanted to sing. My daddy, who's a freaking military guy, he wanted to sing. He wanted to be a freaking singer. You know what I'm saying? But he had to go in the military and start a family, right? But that, y'all, I think that we simplify, dramatize.
We just put out a study the other day
Wait. Let me make this point.
but that has always existed, especially in a capitalistic society in which you have an opportunity to make money. But here's why rap music isn't the problem, because do you know why rappers now make tens of millions of dollars? And they're worth, like, these guys are worth insane amounts of money.
Because the music's really good.
That too, but who buys it, and who has always bought it the most? Well, no,
white people.
There you go. Yes, they buy more. They buy more, and up. With the exception of always, I put an asterisk there. I want to say when it went mainstream in the '90s, they bought more than black people did, and that's when the money started to skyrocket because they buy it. And we're not seeing the same thing in their community. So this idea that rap is this bad influence, we don't see that in their communities. Which means there is another problem.
And the true will of the people is not being used to govern our nation. Then the fundamental cause for our chaos is the Constitution. And we need to rip it up and write another one. Does that make sense?
I don't think so at all.
Of course, I'm not advocating it.
I know you're not. But I think to Joseph's point about like the symbiotic relationship between the government and to some extent, like, we the people have to hold ourselves accountable because we fall for the divisions. We fall for these radicalizations, and we put our people in Congress, in the government, to work for us, and we have systematically done nothing to change it. We all play into those radicalizations, and so to that point, like, we should be held accountable to a certain level.
Exactly. There are certain pillars of virtue that it's incumbent on every person to develop within themselves to make it so that they are less susceptible to the manipulations of the media, the manipulations of the government, the organized criminals that inject and themselves and insinuate themselves into those systems, as a way of trying to line their own pockets. There's always going to be some sort of trickster little playbook that's being, played against the people as a way of trying to make them lose sight of the fact that we have the power to move the needle, And because, like, if you think about it, like, let's say that there's a group of people that are in power, right? And they want to stay in power, right? And now imagine you're looking out at a sea of billions of other people, all of whom are a threat to that power. I feel I can understand how on a pathological level, certain people who are in those positions of power would feel the need to try and, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of mow the lawn a little bit every once in a while. You know what I mean? Because it's like you have all these fucking people, all of whom have, like, this infinite, or infused with, like, this infinite potential to rise up to a position of leadership and influence and power in this world. You would feel threatened by that because it's like you never know. I mean, that's why people were so afraid of things like rock and roll when it started to come into fruition and stuff like that, because it was like they were afraid of, like, where is this wave going to take us? We don't. I think even like the hippie movement and stuff like that with psychedelics and stuff, and then like punk rock and then grunge. It's like there's like these constant like upsurgence of like the people finding a voice and having a leader who has the strength of will to represent that voice artistically or otherwise, and then they cap them. You know what I mean? Like, you see it all throughout history. Eventually that person gets capped, and one way or another. And I forgot exactly what point I was trying to make. I kind of started rambling off there. But so I'll just land my plane for now. I'll let somebody else.
Let me give my take. I think I don't agree with John. The people are responsible for the Democrats being extreme right now. Republicans being extremists right now. The media, where they're consumers of their product, and we keep consuming, so they keep delivering it. We're 100% responsible for this. We have turned our heads away from patriotism. We've turned our heads away from religion. We've become greedy and self-centered and materialistic and selfish. We can force a change if we wanted. We're the only ones that could choose to stop consuming the media if we weren't happy with what we were being given, but we don't. We just give in. We're lazy, and we only care about ourselves. And so I would say that the correct answer, what's causing the chaos, is selfishness and greed among the people of the United States of America.
And that act alone, when we recognize that we're outsourcing that responsibility, which then puts the mirror back on us. There's a saying about that that act of defiance, I think it was a 1984 quote, somebody can probably remember it, but
I want to invite Tiger to weigh in, and if for those of you that might not know Tiger, he is sinocentric. He focuses on what is good for the Chinese nation, and he looks with critical eye at some of the things that are going on in America. Contrary to my earlier accusations, was that he was a paid agent of the Chinese Communist Party. Whether he is or isn't, he has some very valid observations. And he made a comment in the chat, and that's why I invited him to the stage. He said, nobody's in charge. So, Tiger, you want to weigh in and comment on who is causing the chaos and what we, the people in America, should be able to do to calm down the chaos?
Yes, and thank you for the invitation, and as always, thanks for opening this room, and I have nothing but respect for you, regardless of whether you think of me as a CCP spy or not. But the reason I said nobody's in charge, that
has long been a joke between the two of us. I do not accuse you of being a paid spy, because if you were, you'd be in jail.
But the thing is, the reason that I said nobody's in charge is that this is by design. And I think I was listening to another podcast by another, Chinese American person by the name of Wang Dan, I think. And he was saying the Chinese government, for example, is a Leninist party, meaning that they believe a small group of people should behave as vanguard to basically watch over the development trajectory of the country and make sure it goes into in the original context, it's to go towards a dictatorship of the, was it proletariat or something like that? Basically the laborers, right? They need to take control of how the policies unfold inside China. And I think there's some truth to that, because when I look at the American government, it's fundamentally different. The American government is not a government of a single entity that tries to determine what is good for the American people. I don't think he has. It may have functions in a similar capacity in the past during certain stages of history. But as of today, there is no singular entity in the American government doing the planning, doing the forward policy making, and probably not even foreign policy, right? So what I see in America is a conglomerate of, or actually not, it's a battlefield of multiple interest groups, all trying to carve out a space for themselves and their capital, mostly capital interests, and a somewhat detached masses of people who do have some shared interests with these capitalists, mostly in the form of employment and 401ks, but largely both outside of the decision making and also being heavily manipulated by the media, which are often under control of one or a few of these interest groups. And I think that is, I describe it, and you might interpret it as a bad thing, but I think it's a neutral thing. I think it's by design that the American political philosophy is that nobody should place any trust into a singular entity that does the planning. Instead, the philosophy is to let multiple forces to compete for the narratives and the policy making, which is happening today, right? So if we could, agree with the assumption that this is by design and the chaos is part of the design, then we shouldn't probably be asking who's causing the chaos in this country, right? In the global stage, I think that's a different matter. But in this country, this chaos is what Americans prefer, as a political culture to that of, say, communist China. You would still call it communist, maybe. But in the Chinese philosophy, right, we rely on the central authority and even the competition between different levels of authority. But it was never questioned that a smaller portion of the people actually have the power to do the decision making and the planning, and the rest of the people, while do not have input into the system, will score the government authority based on their performance. So it's a very different philosophy, right? And from the Chinese perspective, yes, there are a lot of chaos in the United States, and I personally believe, the Chinese system today is functioning better than the American system. But I think that's by choice. Americans have given up some of the rationality and the certainty in the decision-making process. And in return, they gained a security of mind, let's put it that way, that the powers will not be abused to the extent, too severely. I should just put it this way. I don't mean to say that there is no abuse of power in the American system, and I think that's quite rampant. And I think the system also has, despite the chaos, it also has a huge amount of stability in that, power is firmly grasped by the elites, mostly the capital interest. Even that among the capitalists, there is a degree of competition, which is, I think all that the American people could rely on to say that there is enough balance in the power that our interests are still being taken into consideration because they still want us to elect their representatives. But is that enough? I don't think that's enough for the good of the American people. And I don't think it's good enough for having a stable, rational, forward-looking American national policy. But hey, I think this is very deep ingrained in American culture. And as an outsider, I don't seek to change it, and I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. And that's my observation.
I hope everybody listened very carefully to that, because there is what Tiger, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but Tiger showed the difference between an autocracy and vibrant capitalistic competition that is rationally controlled by laws, but nonetheless competition to see if the cream rises to the top. And no matter if you have major forces in competition with one another, who ultimately wins is ultimately who does the best for the people. In other words, if General Motors succeeds, then the workers for General Motors succeed. The workers at Ford have to tighten up a little bit to rejoin the competition, and maybe 10 years later, Ford regains the upper hand. And that internal competition stimulates innovation, creativity, and when freedom is allowed, when people can freely innovate and create within certain boundaries that prevent anarchy, my argument would be that in the long term, that kind of system will prevail over, even if it's an autocrat, it could be, Jesus Christ could be the autocrat, or Confucius, or whoever you want to put up there. But without that freedom of competition, this country, ever since its founding, and we've been able to hold it together for the last 250 years. Now, some people think that competition has become so chaotic and so imbalanced. And now we're talking about the argument of the distribution of equality, particularly financial equality, and all those kinds of things. But my point is, over the course of time, good ideas prevail and bad ideas wilt on the vine. And that would suggest that this chaos that we're enduring right now is a blip on the historic screen. And just like the chaos that we had throughout our history in raging political debates, ultimately that sense of competition will prevail. And then we can get into the Marxist philosophy, the socialist philosophy, defense versus whatever it is, and you know those kinds of things are subservient to the fundamental idea that intense competition. Football teams win the Super Bowl because of intense competition, and it's very rare that we have a continuous Super Bowl winner, because competition, and yet the level of the sport, my God, the level of athleticism, compare a football team of 50 years ago to a football team today, there's no comparison. But I think Tiger was able to make that kind of a distinction. And note that he said he's not advocating for change to our system. He's just observing the differences between the Chinese system today and the American. And I agree with him. If I look at the trend of power, the trend of ability, to prevail, the trends for America are headed down. The trends for China are headed up, in my view. And I'm not talking about our ability to win a war against China. I'm talking about the competition between China and America, which is an intense competition, and it's two distinctly different systems that are competing. And I'm still putting my bet on our system, despite how chaotic it is today. I think it will prevail in the long run over a more autocratic form of government.
But Anson, if what you're saying is true, then we have a lot more to worry about than you're making it sound like, because the government has its thumb on all kinds of free trade in America. Too big to fail. Bringing back, I mean, trade competition. You even mentioned Ford. Some of those American auto companies wouldn't exist right now if the government didn't interfere with capitalism, right? Look at how the government is allowing monopolies to dominate certain industries, and just because it benefits their 401ks, they're totally fine with that. Look at how, like, Time Warner gobbles up all the media entities, and how AT&T has gobbles up all the communications, and look at how healthcare is split between the states, where we don't have interstate competition between providers, and look at how cable providers for television are split up in the neighborhoods, where you don't have competition within neighborhoods. The government is interfering with all kinds of business now. The government is so involved now that we don't have capitalism at all. We have complete crony capitalism, and we don't have pure competition.
And how is that any different to China is the elephant in the room in that statement, isn't it? Really?
Exactly. It's not. It's not.
If I may, I want to respond to something Anson said about competition. Again, this is also a difference in mentality. When Americans, they have a very liberal education, and when they think about the political system, and when they debate about the battles of isms and ideology, right, it's a very metaphysical exercise. People say that because we're freer, we allow the ingenuity of the people to function in the competitive, fair environments. That should maximize our innovation and our creativity and unleash our productivity. When the Chinese people look at this, they don't look at this way, right? They look at, we believe that the fundamental strengths of a nation comes from industrialization. We believe that your industrial capacity is what determines, how much leverage you have, globally speaking. We believe that in order for people to be prosperous, for good amount of public goods, meaning a secure environment, a framework of law, a breakup of monopoly, which, by the way, is definitely a government intervention in the capitalist market. But we think on the data, it shows that these things are good for both the economy and the well-being of the people, right? So this is one thing that I would hope that American, political discourse will turn toward, which is to do less of the metaphysical debate, but actually try to correlate it with different hypotheses, assumptions, and measurable data. And this is something that I think China does extremely well, and it does take that sort of rational decision making to safeguard that you have this level of thinking in your policy making. Whereas in contrast, I think this also speaks of our time, right? Because of the widespread of technology, the explosion of information, especially social media, right? And in America's case, a lackluster of more STEM-focused education. It makes American voters fall for, this is something that previous speakers touched on, right? The responsibility of the American people to take about the chaos that is in America right now. But I also think this is not only the responsibility of the people, right? It's true. Like, nobody's born with a rational mind that knows economics, knows political science, knows, engineering. They have to
learn it, which is hard to do.
A public good that, you have positive externalities to provide for the society, that the state is willing to spend money so that the people being educated will lead to, a easier to govern, but also prosperity kind of society, right? Whereas in America, yes, I think in theory, competition between ideas and, capital interest could lead to prosperity. But what's happening today is that it does not, because I think on the broader sense, most of the public discourse in America when it comes to policymaking has, or the draconian laws of mathematics that tells you, how much debt you can sustain, how much investment you need, and how much you need to lower your costs to be competitive globally, right? Those topics are no longer being discussed in the American political discourse. Rather, is about whether Trump is abusing power by issuing the executive orders. Should we send, a national guards into policing the DC? These issues, while sensational and institutionally important in terms of, from the lawyer's perspective, they are kind of far away from the actual competitiveness of this nation. They're kind of far away from the far reach. I mean, it has legal implications down the line, yes, but it doesn't change what, say, we, the Chinese people, identify as what your nation's strengths lie within. From our perspective, right, we look at the deindustrialization of this country, while the people who used to own the factories still have a healthy profit margin because of the financial markets that the United States is so invested in, playing games with. For a rational person, we could see that this leads to not only chaos, because we could tolerate chaos as long as the chaos provides for a positive feedback that eventually leads the country back into the right path, right? From my perspective, personally, I do not see that in today's America. I think the designs for chaos is still there, but the chaos is no longer a good kind of chaos. It's not addressing what I think are the real problems in America. So I think this is where the assumption that the free market, both in terms of capital and in terms of, ideas, is always going to lead the country or lead the society into a positive direction. I don't see that anymore.
I got a question. To Tiger. How much of that do you think is due to because I agree with what you're saying in terms of the fact that, like, the free market place of ideas, public discourse and stuff like that, it can be beneficial in certain ways, like socioeconomically and stuff like that, but at the same time, it's kind of like a double-edged sword in that it can simultaneously have detrimental effects, because it's like, especially in the age of the internet, because it's like we're operating from this position where, like, every idea that exists is being tackled 24/7 from pretty much every level of analysis, like, imaginable, right? From, like, the highest order of, like, ivory tower, academics to, like, the most ghetto ass fucking ignorant motherfucker you can think of, right? Like, they all have a say, So there are so many different ideas being thrown into the pool from so many different points of view that it's really hard to kind of, eventually what's going to happen is that it's going to create an effect of, like, eventually people are going to just kind of look for like an echo chamber, basically. I think that's the effect that it's going to have on how it is that these people are engaging with the internet, which is basically the main means by which people interface with the world that exists beyond their direct sphere of personal experience. I think these days most people base their ideas of the world at large on how it is that they're interfacing with the internet and the ideas that they're interfacing with on the internet on a daily basis. I think that's a safe assumption to make. But it just so happens that the way that, the user interface of the internet has been developed, it makes it so that there's almost like an inevitability that people are going to end up gravitating toward ideas that, what is that called? When people they gravitate toward ideas that validate what they believe. I think there's a term for that. I can't think of what it is at the moment. Thank you. Cognitive bias. And unless you have the level of self-awareness and the level of understanding of psychology and things like that to be able to catch yourself when you're falling into those types of cycles, and to kind of stop yourself and try to think more objectively, snap yourself out of that if you recognize that you're doing it, most people are going to be just fall right into that pit trap, and I think that's what we're seeing happen at the world, in the world at large on a mass scale. That's taking place, or do you think that the reason we're seeing that those types of more degenerate forms of manipulation manifest in the higher systems of order in our country and around the world is a result of the fact that that's where the people are at? You know what I mean? Are the people at where they're at because it's trickling down from the manipulation and the subversion that campaigns that we're constantly under the effect of? Or do you think that it's that the reason that the fact that everyone is so fucked up in the head is why we're seeing that manifest in the government and in the media, etc.
Well, I think it's really the same effect, right? If you are the elite in this country, and I have a very controversial argument. Well, first of all, the assumption of the argument is I think people in general, on average, are idiotic, right? I'm not saying I'm better than them. I also have my biases. But you are pointing out that there are traps that we all fall into, right? Confirmation bias is one of them. Echo chamber is another thing we fall for. And this is why, earlier, this is not my, central argument, by the way. I said I don't believe in democracy as a concept, like the Western idea of democracy being carried out by balance. I don't believe that fundamentally, because I have this assumption that on average humans are pretty idiotic, and I don't just say the Americans are. I think the Chinese people on average too. The common median person on the street you can pull off. They are probably idiotic in certain ways, myself also included, right? But I would say the difference between today's China and today's United States is that in America, the idiots basically have the ballot, they have the vote. And the outcome of that election, although, the elites are trying to manipulate, determines a lot of the policy making, which, of course, when you have too much idiocracy in the system, you probably have suboptimal policy making. And in fact, that I would argue that the fact that the idiots in China do not vote is the strength of the Chinese system. And my controversial argument is this, right? The reason why in many of the past cases where the United States functioned rather well compared to, say, the Soviet Union. I mean, the Soviet Union, yes, the people in power, if we also make that comparison, I think some of the people in power in the Soviet Union are also idiots, right? Like this, we should take it for granted that humans tend to be idiots. The problem is, I think it works, the American system worked well in the past, precisely because there was a monopoly, or I say oligarchy, whereas the American people's ideas come from certain narratives that are carefully designed to, the bad term would be to brainwash them. But in effect, it's actually making the country stronger, because the elites in this country are gradually losing the power to frame narratives for the American people. Compare this to, say, back when the Red Scare was happening, right? American government could just frame, certain individuals as the enemy of the state. and people believed in them and voted on the basis that we need to have a so strong government to counter the threat of communism, and the communism is going to, otherwise it would come here and destroy everything that we hold dear, right? It's kind of irrational when you think about it, but it was effective in that there was a consensus building. There was a sense of direction, on the global stage vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. So it was somewhat functioning, and there was less, bickering between the Democrats and the Republicans and the different branches of the government like there are today. So as to who's ultimately responsible, I think the system just worked itself out. The reason why there was so much stupidity in the people and the political elites in this country capitalize on that stupidity is because that's the direction of the least friction, right? The system will automatically go in that direction because the elites will realize that the cost to educate the American people is far higher than just throwing them some fake news and have them bicker among themselves. And we just partitioning our voters along, fissile issues to maximize our chances of re-election. And they realize the system continues to function whether you educate Americans or not, whether Americans think critically or not. It doesn't matter to the political elites. But I think it's gotten so bad to the point that many of the political elites coming out of the system, because they also have to be educated, right? They also have to rely on, think tanks and previous, knowledge accumulation. The knowledge has already been so polluted in this country that we're seeing the new generation of political leaders are becoming rather, I would say, somewhat idiotic. Like, I firmly believe there are a lot of talents in America, right? And I know from history that the rise of China owed to many American entrepreneurs, bankers, brilliant people. I know for a fact that the Communist Party, when it was growing really fast back in the end of the 90s, regularly held meetings with Western, especially investment institutions, to try to design Chinese policy, right? I know this for a fact. And I believe the same people, based on, the podcasts and the YouTube that I view in today's America, I believe there's still rational thinkers in America who are very talented and have access to rather accurate information. But what I'm not seeing is that these people end up in position of political power, either as a career choice because it's more lucrative to go into the private business and do investments. And many of the investments involve putting American money into, emerging markets like China. They are very well off doing that. Whereas the political leaders, even the think tanks, right, the CSIS, I don't know, a lot of that are weaving a self-perpetuating net of lies that they have begun to rely upon. And the lies themselves has been accepted as, foundations of American political thoughts, especially in foreign policy, for example, in the lack of industrial policy or the attempt to do industrial policy in this country. Like, it baffles me that how come a mixture of such brilliant people, and often from all around the world, could come up with policies that are so counterproductive even to the stated goals of this country, right? It just no longer makes sense to me.
Okay, good. Thanks, Tiger. I could listen to you the rest of the evening, but I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get ready to close the room here. We had a very rational discussion, and I want to go back to the beginning of the room. And I'm not going to pick on a guy that's not here. I'm not trying to demean him in any way. But when we cannot even begin a discussion about what's causing the chaos and how do we mitigate it. And I find it very interesting that there is almost unanimity in the poll that we, the people, are the cause. That sort of surprised me, but I'm pleased to see it. But at any rate, we were immediately confronted with TDS, Trump bashing. And we've got to get beyond that, just like we have to get beyond Biden bashing, or Obama bashing, or any GOP versus Democrat bashing. And we've got to get down to the substance of the specifics of the arguments and use our intellect, use the scientific principle. Argue, debate, experiment, let the cream rise to the top, and there's unanimity, I think, that E is equal to MC squared today, at least for this period of time in this universe. And we didn't have scientists lobbing 34 felonies across the aisle at each other. We've got to get beyond that. The polemics between we the people is causing the chaos. And we've got to get down to the specifics of the arguments and use our best intellectual and political skills to come to the right conclusions in those arguments. And the only way to do that, in my view, is through rational discussion. So I appreciate everybody participating in the room. Mods, anybody else want to add anything? I don't mean to. What do you think? Now you go ahead and close out, Nye, and I'll shut up. But again, I really appreciate it. It's a small room, but I really learn from these discussions myself, and I hope we can continue to do it. Thanks.
I just want to quickly say, yes, this was a great room, another great discussion. Anson, thank you for hosting the space. And thank you for everybody who contributed, Serendipity, PJ, Tiger, Joseph. I know Mike was here earlier, so thanks to him, and thanks to everybody in the audience for staying with us during this hour and almost a half.
PJ, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to land with the cool question that Tiger rounded off with, which was, given the immense amount of talent that's available, and this is true for all of our countries, why isn't it working? I'm sorry to say, but it's greed and corruption. If the interests were more balanced and less self-serving, then that talent would be better used, I think. So I'll land with that. But thank you for the room. It was very interesting.
Well, now I've got to close with another observation. I think that we would all agree that the Industrial Revolution caused great political upheaval, but it was a tremendous advancement in the course of history for all human beings. I don't think there's much disagreement at all that within our lifetime, certainly within mine, and I don't know when to start it. Maybe we could start it with in the 1950s with Turning or something. But the information age, the computer age, whatever we want to call it, is far more revolutionary than the Industrial Revolution ever was when it was confronted by human beings. And the pace of change during this information age is so dramatic. I mean, how long did the Industrial Revolution take before things settled out, so to speak? 200 years maybe. I mean, hell, we're measuring in decades the revolutionary advances that we're making. And part of the problem why the people are so chaotic is because there's so much information out there that nobody can sort through it all and separate the wheat from the chaff. Not yet. And I would love to have a discussion sometime about AI and the advances of computers, and read a little bit of Yuval Harari and his predictions as to what's going to happen by the end of this century. That would be a fascinating debate, but we're certainly not going to have that today. But again, thanks everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Anson.
Thanks, Anson.
That he ran. My point is that achieving the presidency is rarely a one-time thing in the 20th century. People often try more than once. So that's not a knock against her. And the other thing about, I think you made some comment about the money. I don't recall that it was nearly that may be.
It was nowhere near that.
And with the campaign as short as hers, with the runway as short as hers, it makes sense that she would have to expend more just to catch up, like just to be competitive. So the money thing is not a knock against her either. There are lots of things to critique about her candidacy. There's lots of things you can critique about, her as a potential president. But I mean, they should be substantive things and not these sort of petty points.
And the reason they are, Dr. A.G.
Why are we even going backwards? That's how we waste our energy. That's exactly what I'm talking about when I'm saying you gotta stop chasing your ass. The dog that chases his tail doesn't win. He doesn't. He exerts his energy. I don't know why we talk about Kamala.
I think the reason why we talk about Kamala is because we have people who come and try to assert things about her character, about her, and then what that does is and more specifically for women, is it sort of presents that women aren't qualified to be able to run and not only run for presidency, but shouldn't try to do the same things that men do. I know this is a bit of a far cry, but what this speaks to...
I think that's a stretch.
No, it's not. Because
I personally think it's a stretch. Just like how you have a personal opinion, I got a personal opinion.
No, that's fine.
And I'm giving you my personal opinion about what you're saying.
No
you
doubt.
as CEO have come up and placed something on somebody who has said what their points are, and you're going to still argue them down and say, no, the fuck it's not. I'm telling you what the fuck your thoughts are. That's crazy.
No, what I was telling him, not with Q, because what we were attempting to do with him is when you have people, and what we perceive that he was doing, First Lady, the perceptions that he was trying to present in a very slick way, trying to disqualify women in some way. And at every opportunity we get to knock that shit down, we should always do it.
I'm gonna stop talking so much for a while because he was trying to play me. I know everybody up here that asked him a question that he still ain't answered. He just went to another topic.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Some rhetoric.
What
was don't play with me. Don't say nothing to me.
I don't understand why y'all keep talking to him and then you don't want him to respond. But then we're talking about him.
No, I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to you. And I'm talking about him. It's relevant, but still, like, he didn't answer the question, so I just completely stopped talking to him altogether.
No, she doesn't want you to ask. She doesn't want to ask again. She doesn't want to ask. That's fine.
Let me just make this statement because my character was attacked.
Jesus Christ.
I don't want to hear nothing else. Anybody else?
I'm a person of color. I don't have anything negative to say about Kamala.
I understand what you don't want, Brooklyn, but at the end of the day, I'm a fair person, and I'm going to be fair. I already said when CEO was still talking about him, I said, now y'all going to let him respond. So it's already been said that that's what's going to happen. So he's going to respond. Okay?
If I could say this.
Is that ultra?
Hey, First Lady, it's my birthday. Shama.
Hey, babe. Happy birthday.
I'm calling for calling you bitch ass bitch. I love you. I love y'all.
Every day is not your birthday. Mute up.
Yes, it is. That's according to Prince, ma'am. So you mute up, ma'am, with that beautiful smile.
I was just gonna say it got kind of personal. Don't come to my productions and this and that, whatever. As I've been talking, I have not personally attacked Ms. Harris at all. No, I don't have anything personal
against her. I disagree with her politics. But as First Lady was saying, I just presented the points of what the people have spoken. She lost the Electoral College. She lost the popular vote. The people have spoken. She lost.
Again. Go ahead.
Okay, so we understand. We do know that it was over $1 billion. That for whatever reason. Here's my point. My point is this: it's not Ms. Harris that I have a problem with. It's that the fact that the Democratic process, that they lied about who Biden really was to us, because then we could have made an adjustment. She wouldn't have been trying to have a 90-day campaign had they told us the truth. This man was incapacitated. It was axiomatic that he could not run the country. This should have been solved, you know what I'm saying, before the second term ever even started, and that's where the real problem is.
All right, nobody respond. No, nobody, please. Y'all really want to respond?
No, let's go to Donald Trump. Let's talk about his qualifications and.
All right, cool. Okay.
Wow. It's like I don't get the memo.
Don't they have
These fools, they are fucking retarded. It makes no sense talking to retard people.
Wait, who are you talking about?
I'm talking to you. Did you about to say something, sir?
I said, let's go.
You should.
That's what I said. What's talking about?
Just catching up. I got a question. Is it true that they had actual guns on the street today, like the military people in DC?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I want to talk about. Yeah, let's talk about that. I agree. Because if they claim that the crime is going down and that everything is going okie dokie smoky, then why do you need to get the guns out? Huh? What's going on? Why? What are you doing?
And they're in a support role, so a support role doesn't require you to have guns.
It's almost like it's about intimidation, not about law enforcement. It's crazy.
It is.
Do they have the power to detain and put somebody in a cell?
No.
It's largely performative.
I mean, it's more than it is performative, but it's also about the creep, right? It's but it's about a bigger, longer term project.
Exactly.
It's about people accepting having the military on the streets of American cities, right? I mean, it's so that when he does it in Oakland and San Francisco and the other cities that have been named, which I'm not as familiar with because they're not mine, that it's going to be okay. And it's like, oh, no, that's just what happens. Like nothing happened in DC. Like why did it happen in Oakland? There's going to be stuff like that that's going to go down, and this playbook is so stale. Like it's so common, and like if you just literally, there's a book by Ruth Ben-Ghiat called Strongmen, which lays out this playbook like page by page. Like you can, you literally can see everything that's going to happen next,
and they're not even doing it.
Kind of terrifying. I mean, depends on which part we're talking about, but yeah.
Right.
Blood, you can go fuck yourself. How about that?
Well, we do got some guardrails on. We got to be honest. It's disingenuous to not state, and I think Patty stated, and this is a fact, that the governors do have to participate. You can't just bring it in. National Guard requires governor participation, so that's number one. I think we also
them though. Without the governor, it just has to be certain. He has to have justification.
Correct. Absolutely. I think that when we have statements like no murders for the first time in 4.5 years in D.C. in a week, I think all of us should be looking at that like there has to be some type of solution. I lived in that area, in an area called Big Chair in Southeast D.C. off Alabama Avenue, and until you live in it, it's you can talk about it, you can go off the numbers all you want to, but until you live in it on a day-to-day basis, people really don't understand. And most people who live there are happy to have the help. We were talking about them being deployed only to areas like Georgetown and the high, Blair, Montgomery Blair, and all the up kind of.
But don't you think that's a little disingenuous, though?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, you have a military. I'm asking. Don't you think that's a little disingenuous? You have a military presence that's not sustainable on the streets of D.C. Of course, there's not going to be any crime. Of course, there's going to be for that time period, for the time that they're doing their occupation or whatever you want to call it. There's not going to be any crime. So what you're lending to is not necessarily it's disingenuous. You don't think?
Oh,
You think that when they leave, that business won't resume as normal?
Only because I'm from living in that area and I work a lot. And
no, that's not what I'm asking you, brother. I'm asking you specifically. Do you think that when that military occupation leaves that area in however many preset days that they can be there, do you think that business will resume as normal? So you're asking us to acknowledge the fact that there's no crime in that time period, and that should be looked at, but that's not a sustainable effort. You're not going to continue to have the military in that area for good.
Let me tell you why. And being from having come from that community, what we're not factoring in is not just the military, not just Trump. People are still people, and there's plenty of pastors, there's plenty of nonprofits, whatever, that just need a canopy of cover, just a moment of respite to be able to implement some programs, policies about 90 days, right?
You're not going to get 90 days, though. It's illegal.
That 90 days, remember that 90 days? Exactly. That's that 90 days I'm talking about.
So what he's saying. So you're talking about 90 days. Let's say you got 30 days. What you going to do with the 30 days?
So we got 30 days. And like I said, if you haven't lived there, the pressure is unbelievable. I've lived there through the regentrification. You know, unfortunately, when in my older days, I've been locked up in 7D. That's my community. I'm from there, right? We just needed a breath, just a moment, so we could put a plan, put a strategy together. I know guys who are boots on the ground right now who are trying to make a difference. So when this 30 days is up, the community will be different. So some of this point is just going to be wait and see, but there are people who are there on the ground who needed this cover.
No, I don't understand what you mean. The crime has been trending. The crime has been trending downward, Q. I don't understand what you're saying. They've had this. The process has been that.
What you all living there, so I'm trying to get you to see it. This may be a little anecdotal, but living there, what you all call downward, just going by the numbers, is still unbearable. It's unbearable. Going down from 150 murders to 120.
Unbearable from what year? Because nigga, if this is unbearable, then everybody was dead in the 90s and 80s. If you think that this is unbearable, then the whole we're not even existing right now. Is my point, stupid. That's my point. You see how dumb you sound? With that concept of reality, we wouldn't even exist right now if that was the case. If it's unbearable to that extent, we wouldn't be here right now. Because the 90s and the 80s were way worse than it is right now. The fuck are you talking about?
You just made my point.
You made my fucking point, stupid.
The black family and black culture in Washington, D.C., it don't exist. We've been gentrified. We've been moved to Prince George's County. You're not from the area. I'm from the area. We don't exist. We don't have nothing left.
Well, but that doesn't have anything to do with the crime, though, brother. I mean, there may be coordination.
Let's bring it back. Focus. We're talking about a solution. Wait a minute. We're talking about a 30-day solution. You're saying that the National Guard comes in, and then you're saying that we're going to start putting things into place.
It gives the pastors, community organizations, community leaders, it gives us a chance. Because we didn't even have a chance before.
So you don't have a chance. Okay. Go ahead.
Can I just say something quick?
Let me say this real quick, and then I'll be more than happy to say. After the destruction that happened with Rayford in the 80s and all the crack that came in, and Marion, we had a mayor that was on crack. That's how bad DC was, right? It's been bad for a long time.
Go ahead.
I'm not coming from. I'm just telling the facts. You from the area, you know what happened. So anyway, it's been like this for a long time. We finally got 30 days of cover, right? Where the community leaders who want to make a change, who refuse to move, had our houses broken in, been mugged, everything else. We can get out in the community, knock on doors, put some summer programs together, and see if we can make a change. I can't guarantee it, but I know there's people on the ground who are working through this program and through this 30 days to try to make a difference in the community, and that's all we do.
Yeah, but let me ask.
So let me say this. From everything you just said, right? You know what could have been put into place, right? Everything that you say that the pastors are doing, you're talking about social programming. That's what you're talking about. When the government, when we're talking about the U.S. government, cuts things that will lead to social programming, or even social programming that was already there, and they cut that, don't you think that policing is like the wrong step because you're talking about after the fact situation. Mind you, if the crime is trending down, right, and then they cut social programming, wouldn't that help tick the crime back up? You're trying to find this quick solution, and look at what you're saying, 30 days. Bruh, that's not it. That's not going to help the social well-being of the community. You want to help the social well-being community? You pay for it. You go deep into your wallet, talk about Congress, right? And they pay for the programming to help the situation. Policing is temporary. It always has been. And if you don't know that by now, then what have you been watching?
I think you might
Yeah, one second. So I think both are good solutions. I just don't understand why we need a National Guard for the churches to do that. Maybe you can answer it the next go round. Omar, are you trying to get in there?
Yeah.
I see it off mute. Are you okay, bro?
Hey, no, First Lady, I got my headphones muted.
Okay, baby.
Yeah, so that's all it is. I ain't got my phone in my hand.
No,
what's up with Omar?
So the one thing, and again, I hear what everyone's saying, what you saying, Quinn, Brooklyn, but when people say crime is going down, that's like saying, I had a fever of 104 yesterday. Today I'm 101. Yes, it went down, but am I healthy? Am I better? No. I don't get why we're okay with 187, because they went from 274 murders in 2023 to 187. Crime is down. Yes, you can say crime is down. It's trending downwards, okay? That's still a lot.
Who did that? The National Guard or DC?
But the thing is, we're trying to get it down so that it could be sort of like, let's say, a normal city. But you know what I'm saying? Where crime, maybe you have less than 100.
Here's the thing that makes absolutely no sense about this. Like, if your fever is at 103, okay, and they're like, oh my God, the pressure in this man's brain is so bad, we might have to do brain surgery. And then it goes down to 101, and they're like, oh, he's getting better, let's do the brain surgery now.
Exactly.
That makes no sense. But so that is the actual, like, to use your not great analogy, that would be the equivalent of what is being done now. And the worst thing is that it isn't even the right thing to do.
They're not doing brain surgery
to reduce crime.
Analogy.
So your analogy was torture to start with.
The point is, oh my God, another analogy was a bad one.
I'm taking it down a weird bad. But let's make it less bad. So if things are getting better, first off, if you're trying to make them even better than that, which is, I think, by the way, a very worthy goal. Like, as someone who lives in a community that is both safer than it was, but still not safe enough, I would love to see crime go down further in my community. I think that would be fantastic. That said, there is no evidence that putting the military on the street, especially when you put it on the street in Georgetown of all places, or in like Lafayette Square in these places, like that isn't proven as a method for actually reducing crime. Like, first off, yes, it has all around the world a million times.
When did you see someone put guards inside the DC?
I'm from California, like you. I remember. I don't know how old you are. I think you're almost as old as I am. So
I'm 47. I'm probably older than you.
Oh, you're older than me. Okay, cool. So you remember the Rodney King riots, for example. Some value to that. But when you're talking about long-term, what sometimes they call structural crime, where basically people are in such desperate, people go traveling that cycle, that there's a cycle of violence that is ongoing and sustained. That when those things happen, when that's what's going down, that actual answer is not to put more police on the streets. It's that there's
Amore, any of y'all that's from like the crack era, man, from any major city has probably experienced a low key occupation in your neighborhood, and you've seen and you've seen that when the laws was hot for them couple days, everything went down, man. The mere presence of the police or whatever, of course, is gonna keep criminals out of that. That's not deterring crime, man. What that is doing, that's a political statement for politicians to go out and say, hey, we put a stamp on crime. As soon as we left, the Democrats couldn't do what they supposed to do. The fucking military is not supposed to be deployed on United States citizens. What's happening in Washington, D.C. could be justified to happen in any place in America because it's crime. No, it's not a good thing. And to try to splice it as a good thing is showing bad precedent. It's stupid. Show me in the history of the United States where we've had a precedent of deploying the military on our citizens when they weren't actually rioting, when they actually weren't like.
It's a good answer. The good answer to your question, Rob, is actually following the Civil War, when we were basically quelling the Confederacy, and we were basically forcing the traitors to not be traitorous any longer. Like that's the best example of when we actually did that.
Yes. So doing that.
But hold on a second. The thing that's actually the most important about, in my opinion, about what Trump is doing right now is that there's people like Amari who are buying the idea, and this is really important, who are buying the idea that military on the streets make us safer, not less safe. Let me say that again. He is trying to indoctrinate you with the idea that military on the street makes you safer, and not that it makes you less safe. Which is shifting. I thought you were in LA, but they were there recently.
I'm in LA County.
LA County. Okay, so in your county,
there's no.
In your county,
Fucking up the conversation.
Yeah. So the point is that he is trying to make it so that we accept the idea that military makes us safer, and that is in fact not the case. Which is why our whole government is set up in opposition to the idea of putting military as an occupying force as part of the Fourth Amendment and other parts of our founding.
The reason why you're wrong, let me say this, and I'll pass it to you, Amari. The reason why you're wrong is there's also being policy implemented, like reversing the cash bill, etc. Things are punitive. Things that actually make a difference. Roy, you were talking about social programs and stuff, but you can't social program where there is no safety. Like y'all haven't had. I do what I do.
Oh my God!
You haven't had to do it. You haven't had to do it.
Oh my God! This is my point.
They have to put people in the corner with AKs so rival gangs don't come and smash the body out of the funeral. You haven't been able to do that. You can't social program where there is no safety.
Exactly.
The reason why I think this will be effective is because there's policy being added, there's police presence being added, and community programs. When you put all of those things amalgamated together, then that's when you start seeing the long-term change that you actually want to do. And lastly, I want to say this. Some of y'all don't understand D.C. because you've never been locked up there, whatever, but everything in D.C. is federal. So you have to understand that from that particular standpoint. And if you know anything about the history of D.C., if you know, it's very true. If you know anything about the history of D.C. and the drug trade, the government brought those drugs in there to our community, so they should, yes, show up and help us get it out. I yield the mic.
Thank you. They held up funding for the Metropolitan Police. Do you realize that? Like, do you realize that the federal government you're talking about that's supposedly coming in to help is the one that's withholding funds? Do you understand that? This is a serious question.
And they got $38 billion on their.
Hold on. Do you understand that that's the case? I think it was Q who was talking.
Yeah, it was me. Go ahead, brother. What are you saying?
Do you understand that they've been withholding funds from the Metropolitan Police?
Who's been withholding funds?
The federal government. The people who appropriate money to the Metropolitan Police.
On what basis?
Okay. I'm gonna put an article in the chat. I'm gonna take this in good faith. It's like you just haven't heard this, so I'm gonna find it for you.
Just talk.
I'm gonna put it. Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to keep the temperature right, and like I think you're coming to it earnestly, and I want to come to it earnestly. So I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna share it with you and come back up.
It's a band-aid on the gunshot.
It's not a band-aid, Quinn. I think it's a gauze. I wouldn't call it.
It's still stupid. If it's a gauze, it's stupid. I mean, to follow your example, to follow the hypothetical that you gave, if someone has a fever of 104, this would be the equivalent of submerging them in ice cold water to get rid of the fever.
Right, but you do know what.
But that's not the way that you cure fevers. You have to cure the infection or the cause of the fucking problem.
See, the thing what you guys are missing is what was the catalyst? What was the genesis of all this? You had a Jewish person. You had two Jewish people getting shot at an event, and then you had the guy. I'm not going to say his name, but BB, right?
trying to protect the girl get beat up, right? If that never happened, if those two things were, DC would be fine. People are not safe in the Capitol. People come there from all over the world to come to our Capitol. They need to feel safe.
Well, they need to feel safe.
People ain't safe in America, bro.
And that's
we're talking about America. We're talking about our Capitol.
I mean, but let's get this is what I'm saying though. This is what I'm saying though, bro. This DC is easy to do that because of the fact that it's not a state.
DC? What's the problem?
Because, man, the problem is the precedent that it says when you're deploying the military on people, and it's not a military, it's not a war zone like condition. Now, I do understand from the brother that's on the ground. I actually understand his point of view. You feel me? I know a lot of y'all against his point of view, but I can't be against nobody who's actually in the belly of the beast of what we discussing. If that's what his viewpoint is, and he's from there, and he living there, who am I to say that his perspective is wrong? Now, just from a general perception, I'm not going to stand with the military being deployed on cities. And if they were really about doing that, why not start with St. Louis? That's the worst city in America. Its crime rate is on par with
That wasn't even the catalyst for him actually. So it had everything to do with the crime data. So if you actually understood what ended up happening, he was saying that the city was manipulating crime data. So he had the House Oversight Committee. So I don't know where the fuck you get this because somebody got attacked. He had so if you were paying attention to the news, which we talk about every fucking morning, he had the House Oversight Committee doing a inquiry on what was happening. Was the data skewed? It had everything to do with that. It had nothing to do with what the fuck you're talking about.
It is everything that Aaron said is exactly what's happening. It's a testing ground to do in other places. They're just starting in DC. It's nothing more than that. There's nothing from an emergency standpoint that is happening in DC that required this effort at all. There's nothing that required this effort, and you're just parroting that nonsense because you don't.
I'm gonna put it in the chat, and you can fucking read it, and you can pick it.
You can read what I sent first.
I'm gonna.
Cool.
Okay, so since we're doing articles, let me start with the one I just put up top. So Q, this is definitely the thing that I would encourage you to read. That basically talks about how because they're incompetent, they cut $1 billion out of the budget for DC, including a lot of funds for the Metropolitan Police. So the idea, and I'm just assuming you didn't know this, but I hope that you recognize the dissonance in them trying to say they're trying to crack down on crime while they've reduced the budget, not just for policing, but for other city services as well, which contribute to crime reduction. They basically cut the budget and then put tanks in Georgetown, make it make sense. This is not about that. That's why it doesn't make sense.
I wouldn't need you to make it make sense. We just left 4 years of an administration that ran on defund the police. So all he did with that was just
they did not run on defund the police. They ran against defund the police.
This nigga cannot be a real person. I don't. What the fuck do you be talking about, Q, for real? Oh my God,
so y'all can honestly say that the Biden administration wasn't for BLM and defund the police.
Q, you making me look bad, Q.
They really.
I just tried to give you a pass. You making me look bad now, my nigga. You making me look bad, my nigga. That's not a good look.
Even worse, Omari shared his same sentiments.
We shouldn't even be discussing.
Only cares about DC because of Big Ball. This was the first time I've heard anyone on the far left not put the timeline and connect the dots. He didn't give a shit about DC.
Who's on the far left, Omari? There's no one here on the far left. Who are you talking about?
What the fuck is the far left got to do with it?
Yeah, that's a very specific thing. So who are you talking about? Who here has represented the far left's?
And it's not.
But that's what you said.
I believe you. Like you guys believe I'm MAGA. I believe you guys are far left. I don't. And that's just.
You believe you're MAGA. You admitted it.
I never admitted I was MAGA. I said I voted for Trump. What is it? I don't know the difference. That's the problem. You don't care to learn the difference You guys just take anybody who voted for Trump as an actor.
You mean like you perceive everyone's position here to be far left?
It all stemmed behind the damn, and it all stemmed behind. Yeah, I'm really sick of you because Amari, because this is like really
talking points, man.
I'm so fucking sick of them.
First time.
The reality is this: we know this, and
the third time that means you're out, right? So that means drop your ass to the goo.
What does that mean? I'm sorry, Patty. I thought we were just having a debate, but I don't mean anything.
Right. Come on, guys. You're smarter than this, right? Like, pay attention to what's going on in the world. Maybe, and I told you this, I told Q this earlier, so I'm going to tell you the same. Do a fucking Google search first before you open your phone.
Patty, I stand by. He did not care about. I stand by.
That's what they use as the justification. It's not safe. The crime data was false.
They used that.
That was what was used. You cannot just activate a National Guard at the president's discretion without. Well, you can in D.C. You got it. But he activated it for a reason.
He activated him after the Doge employee, because that's what people was on.
What's his name? What's his name, Mari?
I don't know his real name. I just know him as Big Balls.
Yeah.
I hate to say it.
So let's just consider how seriously we should take this. But okay.
But he got beat up.
You brought up a different point, and you're talking about the Doge situation, right? So with this Doge situation, are we going to say that this had to be taken care of? Are we not going to talk about how he enticed the situation, how he was the one who said something to them, like how he agitated the situation? Like, you're only looking at it from one side. You're not looking at it from all angles. That's why people get frustrated because we constantly had like these conversations, right? And if in fact he's over there and he tells girl like get in the car before these niggas come over here, something or whatever, and then of course somebody's gonna say something back to him. They don't know who this guy is, right? We don't know the full facts of it. But instead of investigating, we go full-fledged, we're gonna send the National Guard in because this guy got beat up. Come on. And you're looking at your argument.
it's not crime until white people or Jews die. Our community's been bad for years, for the last 30, 40 years. But it had nothing to do with no data. The data's been terrible. We were number one in murders for like 5 years in a row. The data had nothing to do with it. It's not a crime. It's not a crime until white folks or Jews get affected. Now all of a sudden, and that's what this is about.
And that's what I'm trying to say.
State lies and then keep talking.
But why can't y'all see that?
In real time. They just send the guard in to help with the crack epidemic.
Why can't you see
white folks and Jews, because they re-gentrified I lived there. They re-gentrified our neighborhood, kicked all of us out, moved us to PC County, moved the white folks in. They found that it was still unsafe. Now when white folks and Jews, now it's crime. Now it's crime.
Okay, so you're making that point. That's a good point.
Right.
And he's the one in support of it, though.
That's why I'm confused.
But imagine how confused you have to be.
Imagine we're supportive keeping black people.
Imagine being so confused that you're saying that Trump sending the military in is good.
That's fine. No, go ahead.
I didn't get to hear your point. All right, go ahead.
He's a mod.
I'm coming off the mic.
Let me just quickly say to Q. It doesn't make sense to say that first off, that it only matters when white people and Jews get killed. When the guy who decided that it started to matter is Donald Trump, who didn't send the military in when crime was higher, frankly, during his first term. He didn't send the military in for any of those 4 years. He didn't. Well, that's a whole other thing. Absolutely. He didn't send the military in on January 30th, a week into his presidential, the second presidential term. And he's the one who only did it after some guy named Big Balls got beat up by some teenagers. And as sorry as we should all feel for Big Balls, it's really, deeply upsetting to me that he was beat up. The idea that is allegedly is exactly right. That is exactly the kind of nonsense pretext for militarizing the streets of DC that we should be worried about. He didn't say, in Anacostia, the crime rate's been too high for so many years, and I want to give these people a reprieve because I really deeply care about the people of Anacostia. This is not for them. It's not. It's not for them. Like, how could you possibly believe that?
But Aaron, what happened was when you started watching Fox News round the clock, you had the Laura Ingrams, you had the Hannitys, you had the Will Canes, all the way from 10 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock at night, around the clock, saying somebody has to do something about DC after the big boss. Then you had Elon Musk coming on, tweeting to his 200+ million, saying the military has to come, or something has to happen after this. Shortly after that, that's when they say, oh, they lied on the DC, the crime stuff. Then now they had now they're able to now go in to use the military. Now they're able to fire this individual, put the EA chief in charge. I'm just connecting the dots. I'm not
for no dots to connect. It's bullshit.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not bullshit.
All you're telling me is that a bunch of MAGA smooth brains are easily fooled.
That's all you're saying. That's it.
No, that's not what I'm saying, bro. All I'm saying is that it wasn't fair. He put the police, the military in there. I didn't like it, but what I'm hearing from people like the Q and other people in DC, I got a family who works in DC as well. And we're hearing people feel safer. People feel a lot safer. Like when Kathy Hogan put the guards inside the subway stations, they felt safer. I don't know why we can't say balls and strikes. Why can't we just call balls and strikes?
Go ahead.
I heard the opposite. I've heard people from DC on the news, social media, on Clubhouse, say that they don't feel safe. So we got to figure out who's more important at this point, because it's more than just those people that you heard on Fox News that said that they feel safe. It's much more people saying that they feel unsafe, and that those people are black.
And we also know that that's not how you remedy crime, Omari. You remedy crime by giving opportunities, by employing people, by giving better education to people, by making your society better for the people that live there and not ostracizing those people. And then at some point when they start doing the things that people do, when they're hopeless and when they have no opportunities, when they start doing those things, then you start trying to militarize them to keep them from doing those things. So that's not how, and we at no point in our history has policing of any kind, military or local, has ever deterred crime. So to believe that you are a foolish man, if you believe
when we started having one place.
I live in New York. I'm going to tell you, those cops being on a platform, like, it's perception. It's strictly a media perception blitz. Like, that's not like the reality of it. And I live here. I take the subway all the time. Like, that was a stunt. It didn't change anything. That's not how you do it.
Yeah, I think we're losing the fact that two things could be true at once, right? And I'm telling you the answer from doing this for a while, y'all, we need everything. And just ask people, let's just put our politics down aside. We need policing, we need policy, and we need we need social programs and people making a difference. It's going to be a threefold cord of everybody braided together that can actually change a community. We're trying to point to one factor and think that this is going to do it by itself. No policing won't do it by itself.
No one is pointing to any one factor, brother. We, as I said, we are talking about those things.
I'm not going to interrupt you, brother, but you always come in and interrupt me.
I thought you were done. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When we had a crack epidemic, we had plenty of programs. I was in a city when you could make $18, $20 an hour as an eighth grader. Right, we had plenty of opportunity, but we still had a crack epidemic. So opportunity alone, the program's not alone. It takes the policies, it takes the policing, it takes the people all working together in conglomerate to really change and turn the community around. I hope that we will look.
No one is contesting that, though. That's what I'm saying.
If I gotta come off this mic one more time, I swear to God, I'm gonna boom this room.
I'm gonna lay my mic right here. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, sir. Don't interrupt me while I'm controlling the space. Thank you.
I thought you were giving me the space to speak.
When I say it is, it's okay. Just 1 second, sir. Here, let's just let each other finish, please. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead. Continue. Carry on. And then, CEO, are you trying to get in there?
Whenever you finish.
All right, go.
All right, thank you. So, like you said, from being boots on the ground, y'all, this is bigger than bipartisan politics. This is about our people, and we need a lot of help. Our kids are suffering from COVID. Kids are 2, 3, 4, 5 years behind. It may never recover. And Quinn is right. They need opportunity. They need programs. Some people not. From just COVID, from being out of school. We were able to do. Well, one of the things that we did during COVID was we actually opened our own school.
This is great. You are.
No,
what kind of machine do you have?
Brooklyn. Okay, y'all want me to boom the room, right? That's what you want to do. Y'all gonna blame it on because Brooklyn is the person that's interrupting right now. Stop. Just let me finish. We can argue.
I was just saying. From being on the ground, Quinn is 100% right. Everybody's got a piece of the answer, a piece of the antidote. But if you bring your piece with my piece and this piece, some of the crime that you're seeing, Brooklyn, is because we have kids who are displaced in high school, etc., that are what Quinn was talking about, that are without opportunity. A lot of these kids, they're not going to go to college. They need certifications. They need trades. Y'all, it's a lot that has to happen for this community to turn around. The policing is only one part, and we need it. Because we've been overrun with drugs, we have a broken family structure. There's so many things that order and policing is required because of where we are at this point.
15 seconds.
And so, in order to say, I'm just saying this, and everybody, we have to understand that law enforcement, the reason why they're in Georgetown is because so that the local law enforcement can localize and centralize on the area that are most crime-ridden, so they can be policed by the people who actually live there and not the federal government. So it's smart. It's actually smart to send the troops out to the areas that are more suburban or more fluid, and let the local police officers who know the people focus on it because they haven't been able to focus on their immediate.
Thank you. Time is up. Thank you, sir.
If I could add, okay, is it my turn, First Lady?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. If I could add your points, Q, I would agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be contentious, but I stand where I stand. But you said we need policing. We do need police to serve and protect the people. We don't need a military in these cities. And the reason he's putting the military there is not about just making the city safe, because it's not sustainable. And Governor Pritzker in Illinois had a press conference today with a big group of people talking about the lawsuits that he's going to file as the military prepares to go into Illinois. So what the government needs to be doing is partnering with cities and partnering with states, strategically trying to work the crime down instead of trying to steal credit. But I think it's worth mentioning as we talk about the multiple tiers and how to comprehensively approach upgrading and changing our cities. I think it's worth mentioning the neighbor to DC, Mayor Brandon Scott, who just recently is responsible, gets credit for reducing the Baltimore's homicide rate by 62%. And it was said that it hadn't been that low in Baltimore since 1978. How did he do it? By investing in the youth and putting resources in the community. And he said it's scientifically proven that if you do that, crime goes down. So shouts out to Mayor Brandon Scott over there in Baltimore, right next to DC, for doing it the right way.
See, and that's the point that I was trying to make earlier about all types of social programming. At the end of the day, like you brought up, or someone brought up, what are you supposed to do with the gang members? Well, the gang members wouldn't exist if social programming opportunities were in place. Like, they just wouldn't exist. The reason why they're gangs is because they're doing illegal activity, mostly to do with monetary gains. That's what it's for. So you get rid of that aspect of it, right? Then there won't be any games, or there'll be little games. The only people who be doing crimes are people who actually want to do crimes, and I don't think most people want to actually do crimes. So, this is just like a simple thing that we know across the board, states, suburbs, rural areas, who are not policed. The police only come out when something happens or they're called, right? And at the same time, as somebody brought this up, police really don't deter much. They only come after the fact, during after a crime has happened. So they come mostly in investigative situations, right? The police you might see standing on the corner right? Yeah, they're there. They're a presence, and that's cool. But that's not where the crime is going to happen. The crime is going to happen where they're not staying. And that's a lot of space. So again, the way they fix this is so.
And I also, since it needs to be said, because I think it's ridiculous that it has to be, but because someone asserts that crime is going down, does not imply that you're not going to see crime at all. So if crime at 0% is what the anticipation is or the goal, then you have already failed. You will never, ever see crime at 0% anywhere. So if that is the metric that some of you are using, then it's disingenuous, it is foolish, and you've already lost, and you're setting the bar at a place where there can be no argument. Crime trending downward means that you have less crime happening in the area. Can we actually keep the mentally deficient people in the audience, or keep them quiet? That would be helpful. So, I mean, it just is summarizing. Like, that's an unrealistic goal. It's not something we should shoot for. Not even something we should even talk about, because it's foolish. If it's saying crime is trending downward, that means that something's being done to make it so that that we're having less crime than we've had at different instances.
That's how they're reporting it properly as well. The concern, I think we need better metrics on how we collect crime data. I don't know, Quinn. I think crime going down, but 187 murders, to me, is not going down. So,
if there was 200 last year and 187 this year, it's just go up or down. Like, what are we doing?
Good God, man.
We're arguing with numbers now. Like, I'm not ready for 1984 in 2025.
I'm not for you to be proud of, Amari. It's trending downward, which means whatever's being done, we should continue to do, because
we don't even know if it's reported either. Like,
well, you don't know that, but the point is, why should you assume
murders we do? To be fair, there are things like rape is notoriously undercounted for a bunch of reasons that I'm not even going to bother explaining right now. But murder, there's a dead body, y'all. Like, there's someone that we know about. Like, it's not hard to count dead bodies, unfortunately. Not in DC anyway.
You know, I wanted to insert earlier that when it comes to the National Guard going to certain cities and being, federalized, or, for, like I said, certain cities, it would be a genuine conversation if certain cities weren't being targeted. Earlier, I believe, either it was earlier today or yesterday, or I want to say last week sometime, Trump was asked by a reporter, is he going to send troops to, red states or, red cities? And his answer was, sure, but majority of, he said, if you look at he said, sure, but it's not a lot of them. He said, if you look at the top 25 states, he said most of them are basically Democratic. And so I researched it myself, because I love researching things and, fact checking or whatever have you. And on the top 25 most, violent states, 13 of them were Republican and 12 of them were Democrat. So if we were actually having a genuine talk to fight crime here in America, he would not be targeting blue cities. He would be targeting both red and blue cities, or red and blue states that actually have high crime rates, and not just
cascade.
I was not done talking. I actually haven't said anything all day. So for anyone to try to come off a mic while, even though I had not landed my plane, it's giving that you are listening to respond and not listening to comprehend. So with that being said, I'm going to say this again. If you were actually having a genuine...
No, you're not going to repeat yourself. Just continue your thoughts.
Patty,
just with that being said, if we were actually having a genuine conversation on violent crime, we would be targeting cities or states with violent crime, not certain cities or states that did not vote or are currently in favor of the sitting president. And I land there.
Anyways, but like I hear your point, but the problem that you're missing, he doesn't like Democrats. Democrats have been trying to trigger him, troll him, and guess what? He's going to make your life happen. He's what they call flood the zone. That's why they're going into LA, bringing ICE in there while the governor's speaking. What the part that you don't understand?
Himself.
No, you guys have been.
He brought it on himself.
Let's let Amari finish. I want to hear the insanity.
The insanity is this: when you guys spent the last almost decade trolling this man, you don't think he didn't come back to get his lick? You didn't think like y'all was really gonna sit here like he was gonna sit here and be like,
wait, is that the job of a president to go back and get licked and retaliate about
We're talking about Trump. He's a petulant child. I mean, we all know that already. So the fact that you guys didn't know that, you guys don't actually know him.
The fact that you make space for that was an adult. That's an adult, the adult man, the leader of the free world. So you're making space for him to get his lick back. Like, come on, bro. Like, you can't hold a grown man accountable. Like you wouldn't allow a grown man to come to your job and say, I'm going to get my lick back. He would be fired immediately. But we're letting a white man, this is the epitome of white privilege, because he's got to get his lick back. He doesn't like y'all.
The governor said these places are white. For the most part, he's going after Los Angeles.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is the childishness that you're willing to accept, that you're willing to excuse as a grown man. Listen, as the childishness that you're willing to excuse as a grown man. Oh, so what? You don't think he's going to get? Why is that even a conversation? Sir, he didn't put nobody. He's a billionaire, a fat ass white billionaire. He didn't get nobody. Nobody put him through hell. You are a grown man. You are a grown man making way for another grown. Can you stop interrupting me, please? You're a grown man making excuses for another grown man to get his lick back as the leader of the free world. This is where we're at, and y'all think like somebody is gonna respect y'all.
Somebody's looking for your respect.
Like, are you serious? They wouldn't even allow this at McDonald's. You can't go to McDonald's and say, hey, yeah, I worked here 4 years ago and y'all pissed me off and I'm here to get my lick back. You would get fired from McDonald's for doing that. You would get fired from any other job. But the leader of the free world is allowed to do this. And you get black men, grown-ass black men, who back him and cheerlead for him.
Right.
This is where we're at.
The crazy part, the crazy part about this is that, guess what? All these red states, let's talk about St. Louis, Missouri. Let's talk about Birmingham, Alabama. Let's talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Those places got high-ass crime rates, but he ain't in none of those. He's been in L.A. He's been in D.C. He wants to go to Chicago. Wonder why? But these red fucking states, they out here murdering people left and right. What the fuck are we talking about? But you out here caping for this motherfucker.
Yeah, look at Omaha, Nebraska. They had like a 50% rise in crime. Indianapolis, one of the most terrible cities on the map. He's not doing any of that, but he's gonna continue to do it to black people because you have coons like Omar, or Axel, whatever his name is, that is going to say, oh, yeah, they're going to figure out an excuse for anything that he does. Instead of just being able to say, yeah, I don't like that. This is, you don't even have the balls to do that. You niggas are sad, bro.
The thing that's crazy about this coming from Amari is that Amari also, like, dude, I remember being on this app with you and you defending what's her name who got shot at the Capitol on January 6th. Now we're talking about that's because I knew her prior to that. It doesn't matter if you knew her or not. She was trying to climb.
Guess what? She
was trying to climb through a window into the U.S. Capitol.
That was her personal decision. Tell that all stop resisting.
She was trying to climb through a window at the U.S. Capitol, going towards in the middle of a riot. Trying to go where there were people that you should not go to. I did not. Let me say another thing about all that. If all of a sudden we're in lick back politics, you know what the Democrats should have done after fucking January 6th? Oh my God, they should have been sending should have been martial law in every Republican town in the country. It should have been absolutely. It should have been open war against any of these communities that sent more than one person to January 6th. And the ones who embraced American history and the founding fathers and all this shit. But you don't give a fuck. You're basically saying fuck the Fourth Amendment. He had to get his lick back, and that's just anti-American as fuck, and he should just own that.
Yeah, Amari, I think one bar we cannot go below is that the president is not supposed to be getting revenge, right? That's just the line in the sand. We cannot be okay. We cannot go below that line. You go that, you might as well just give up everything. So I hope you'll reconsider that statement. You could have said, hold on one second. The thing you could have said, which would have been a bit more reasonable, would be that he's playing the politics, right? He's going after blue states because that's going to help him. It would be, I think, a more measured way of going about it. But saying you're good with him getting revenge.
I never said I'm good with it. I'm speaking what we all knew he was going to do prior to election. Even every Democrat said he's going to be the president of revenge. He's going to enact revenge. Everybody knew this was happening. That's why when I come in these spaces, I'm
but you can't sound comfortable with it. But you can't sound comfortable with it.
What do you want me to? You want me to put sprinkles on it?
I want you to fight fascism. What do you want me to do? That's what I want you to do. I want you to resist fascism.
It's not that you're just stating it. You backed it. Just like earlier when you were saying what he should do to these cities or whatever. It's so funny how y'all have all these these suggestions, but none of y'all had suggestions, or none of y'all cared about when he took let the niggas out that stomped the police in the head, that had the guy kill himself, all those violent offenders that he said JD Vance said that they weren't going to let any of the violent people out. They let them all out. But now y'all care about law and order. You motherfuckers this is why I treat y'all like y'all do. Everybody else can play with y'all, but I'm not.
That's fine.
You're right. So, while you sit up here and talk about what should be done to black people, while all these fucking hillbillies ran up there and stomped out police officers, fought cops, ran all over, your patriotic liberties and all of that. Getting the cops to run through Chicago, Atlanta, and Detroit and jump on niggas. I hope you the first one that did
Totally, not just that. The DC police officers that were trying to defend were trying to grab their guns from them, calling them niggas. But he's out here defending this fucking coon.
Yeah, but they also let them in the Capitol as well. And
that's why we gotta call you guys on your bullshit. We gotta call you on your bullshit, man.
Yeah, it's so excusable, bro. You just was walking. Sucking on a dick is just not a good look.
Well, sorry.
And there was a reason why they was fuck it, you gotta let them through, because it was overrun. So you wanted them to be stomped on and fucking more of those police officers killed, right? That's what you wanted.
Yeah, what would your pussy ass do if you were overrun?
Are you fucking crazy, dude?
Have you seen White House down? What you think you do? You need to protect the Capitol. That's embarrassing.
You put your big greasy ass out there and protect it.
That's crazy, because Trump's defending the Capitol now, but couldn't do it then.
Man, you cannot. The police should never. This is the reason why the police can't even do nothing in D.C. You couldn't even protect the Capitol. They can't even protect the Capitol.
Shouldn't the National Guard been called in?
That's why people.
It was the Capitol Police.
National Guard have been called in, Amari?
They both have struggled to keep people safe.
They struggle. Coon ass up. I hope y'all niggas is the victims. Honestly, I hope y'all be the ones.
Amari,
I want to see one of them.
Hey, Amari, I want to know.
Democrats first. Hold on. You said that Democrats trolled prior to Trump saying about the birtherism with Obama. Point to me.
Why are we going back to Obama now? I thought we said we weren't going to do that.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You said that the Democrats started trolling him first. Prior to the birtherism, show me a time when we were picking on him because he didn't deserve it by something that he said on his own. Show a time. Like, he brings it on himself, and you're like, he needs to do this lick back. He brings it on himself. That's what everyone's trying to tell you, bro.
We're talking about actual where he had to be, where his first presidency, the first 600 plus days was Mueller time. I'm not saying anyone in this room, I don't see anyone in this room who had that stupid beer can with that fucking retard Robert Mueller on as their PTRs. You basically, he's getting back. And that's what it is. I don't know what to tell you. What you want me to do?
That was all. And you okay with that? Amari. And you okay with that? It was a Republican AG who put Mueller in place. It wasn't Democrats. That was Trump's man. Jefferson Beauregard Sessions III is a famous Republican. He's a famous Republican. He was a Republican senator from the South. Rod Rosenstein was,
and he was like the first person to support Trump.
All of them were Republicans.
Let's not act like established Republicans are Trump supporters. We've pointed out.
Because you keep bringing up shit and you don't even know what you're talking about. Now it's strike three. What did I tell you on strike three?
Can I get 4 strikes?
Hold on, real quick before you get another strike. Patty, you want me to drop a link? I'll put it in the chat.
Can I get the 4th one, please, Patty?
Amari, I just want. Amari, know who Jeff Sessions is, though. Okay, he's super conservative. He ain't establishment, and he was the first Republican senator, I believe, who came out and endorsed Trump. That's the guy who appointed Mueller for special.
Let me go as far as to say this. Beauregard Sessions was so fucking diabolical that Coretta Scott King, when they were trying to confirm him the first time, wrote a letter and told them not to confirm his goofy ass. That's how fucking far right that dude.
We found out
he had to get away from Trump. Imagine that. He said, I don't want to be bothered with Trump. But y'all still rocking for him. Y'all black people are sad, bro.
He did keep Stephen Miller from
Shut up. Like, why?
Stephen Miller, a goofy motherfucker like you are. That's why they kept him on.
Wait, Amari, you like Stephen Miller?
Nah, but he do be making me laugh, though. when he does his talk. The Democrats.
What the fuck is going on?
He said the Democrats are responsible for the murder. When he y'all can see it with his hand up.
So you're entertained by his goofiness? Because that's exactly what he is. He's goofy.
You literally
I'm entertained by Hunter Biden. I think Hunter Biden. I'm not listening to that. Like Hunter Biden. I'm not listening to that. I love the Biden podcast. Hunter Biden,
like Dr. Articulate.
Hunter Biden, when he did that podcast, that was the man right there. I was like, Hunter's all right in my book.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
Hunter's all right. When he was like, fuck this person, Hunter's all right.
He does sound like
y'all niggas.
I love y'all niggas.
Trying to crucify Hunter Biden.
Well, you don't need no say nigga around me.
You sound like Trent and articulate.
Yeah, he sound like oh my god. I love Hunter Biden. He really makes me laugh.
So y'all like,
you're not black until
I'm not black. Okay, Joe Biden.
Okay, I'll be Joe Biden. Joe Biden is blacker than you, hoe ass nigga.
Skin folk ain't your kin folk. Let's keep it real.
One pop, okay.
You just come in here blowing dick like, yo, but that's what he did. But so what? I'm just telling you guys. All right, so what? I'm just telling you guys. I hope they snatch your big goofy greasy ass up out of a car and beat the fuck out you.
They gonna do that to you first, though.
No, not.
Mm-hmm. And you gonna hit him with the in a part of your palm.
You broke. I
about this phase right now is that there's all these people who think like fascism's going to skip them over, which it definitely won't.
Definitely. They love to get cold.
Like, what are we doing?
They got the man who had the Trump restaurant. They definitely getting your coon ass with that badass lineup.
They think if they bathe in the coonery that like fascism is just gonna pass them over.
I don't think like the woman who did that
You wake
salsa
up
song.
thinking about it. I wake up thinking
Remember
about
that song that they played a couple months ago on here?
I'm sure you
And
do.
they all got deported.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I will vote for Donald Trump, and then they all got deported.
That one. That's the one.
I could care less if Donald Trump died today.
Crazy.
I would not lose sleep.
Okay. I'm sure you voted the same one.
But you voted for what he said.
I'm allowed to vote for whoever. Because I want.
And we're allowed to hold you accountable.
Right, we're allowed to hold you accountable for your fuckery.
What are you guys? What is it? Dark Knight? You guys gonna hold me in court?
Absolutely.
Nice.
And call me fucking Bane. Absolutely.
We're gonna say mean things to you on the internet tomorrow.
Call me Bane, because I want to be the bane of your existence. I want to hold you accountable for your coonery.
Good. Do it. I mean, there's no reason why people should hear you say this kind of stuff, which, by the way, like, threatens lots of people I love. Like, the idea that he's president is not without consequence for me. Fuck out of here. Are you serious? Like, there's already lots of examples of that in my own life. People who have lost their jobs, which they had worked long and fucking hard for, and have done all kinds of amazing work in the federal government, or you name it, like all kinds of stuff that people have been impacted. People's businesses have shut down because of logistical nightmares he created as terrorists. And it's gonna get worse. Like, I know people have been deported. There's no
People
reason
were shut down when COVID. Like, people who lost their businesses and their jobs. You were the one person that was saying, well, because they can't get the vaccine. Like, you were the one that was for the vaccine. What's going on here? Like, you
actually had I never actually talked about vaccines.
Yes, you have. You were saying
because you know why? Because the conversation on this app about vaccines is actually the worst conversation that's ever.
The military people,
it was stunningly bad.
You don't have the space to talk to me about anything. Because you guys were okay with
a million and how many people died of COVID? How many? A million and what?
Probably 1.8 million. 1.8
million people died. Okay, so 1.8 million people died.
Give or take.
So a response to something that killed almost 2 million people is something that actually has some kind of reason to maybe push back on it. There's no 1.8 million people who are dying right now that Trump is saving, or at least attempting to save in good faith.
But there's not 1.8 million people dying.
The idea, like, you can disagree with what the president did, but or both presidents did under with COVID, but there's still a rationale. The rationale for this is just Trump-like power. Like, that's it. That's it. He just likes power. He just wants more power. And the MAGA smooth brains are very, very happy to go like, oh, he's our savior. We're going to just do whatever he wants. He's so beautiful and strong and powerful. But he's, too weak-minded to take an insult from a political opponent. But, the strongest man.
Hey, Your Honor, I just want to add, I don't want to belabor the COVID thing, but, I mean, like, as if they didn't have enough of his fuckery in his first term, watching that clown damn near collapse on the balcony of the White House because he was suffering from COVID. Also telling Americans, I'm like, if this is not a national security or public health issue, that COVID was a Democrat hoax. Like, specifically, it was a Democrat hoax, and that was just going to fade away by Easter. Like, all of that misinformation and disinformation, putting the lives of millions of Americans in jeopardy. And 1.8 million Americans are no longer here because of his incompetence.
What's wrong with that?
But that's the shit that they wanted again.
Yeah, so what's wrong with that?
I'm not going to have that conversation with you, Point.
Well, I'm making a bigger point than
you're not making a bigger point. You should just shut the fuck up, respectfully.
Well, you're the one faced with the Constitution wiped in Trump's ass and thrown out your feet.
Won't you just face the reality that you get on people's fucking nerves and shut the fuck up?
I'll beat your ass. I'll beat your ass.
You're like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do it. I'm gonna be the bigger man.
Come on, Point. We're not.
Yeah, but you saw him attack me and you didn't say come on to him.
I just got back to my phone. I'm sorry.
Oh, so anyway, like I was saying.
Like you were saying nothing. That's what you were saying.
Could you control that monkey of yours?
Gotta say real quick.
Who you calling a monkey?
Yeah, control your
Hey, don't be calling people monkeys.
Who you calling a monkey? Don't make me come find you. Don't make me come a point to find you, bitch.
Control your little ape. Okay,
Cappuccino, come on now.
Yo, fuck around.
But again, let me finish my thought.
You want a FAFO? Okay, keep it on me. You got it, Patty.
Get to the point.
You got it.
Or I'm gonna drop you in the goo. So go ahead.
Yeah. So the point that I was making is obviously triggering. So therefore, they resort to ad hominem, which shows low IQ. So getting back to what we're discussing, it's in your face that an orange Cheeto wiped the Constitution in his ass and threw it at your feet. That's a fact. Violation of Amendment 4, 5, and 6 is in your face as an American who's so agitated about points. Not agitated, but not agitated about the country you say you claim. So, you're talking about Magites who are so confused and in a cult, of course. And you're wondering why they're in power?
Can you land, please?
Can you understand the bigger point? The point is it's in your face, and you're mad, and you have no defense. That's why you're angry.
I'm not angry, point.
Oh, you're just doing ad hominems because you're triggered.
I'm not doing ad hominems.
I rest myself.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll beat your ass.
Okay, sure. You want me to send you my address? We can find out.
Let's not do it. No.
Definitely.
Nope.
You go. Yeah, I want
pass.
to pull up. I walk on pull-ups. Well, me and Point will go out to lunch. I got no problem with Point.
Yeah, you have a problem with the dictator in your face. That's the problem.
But Point, do you have a problem with the dictator, Point?
But rather than focus on that, right? Because you're so steeped in democracy and the United States of America, rather than focus on what I raised, you want to focus on what? Court jesters, people in a cult. That's not the issue right now. The issue's even bigger than red and blue. I raised that yesterday.
I wasn't here yesterday, Point. What was your point yesterday, Point?
Wow, that's the problem. That's what you're focused on.
What was your point yesterday, Point? I missed it. I wasn't here yesterday.
Replays.
Okay, I'll check the replays. Thank you, Patty, for indulging us. Painfully indulging us.
Think you're going to insult me if I don't pull up and beat your ass?
Point. Cut it out,
Okay,
Point.
come on, Point. Let it go.
Point. Point, no, I don't got no problem with her or him or whoever. Point.
Which is also part of the problem in the
The right coin.
So now let's get back to D.C. And that's where I wanted to talk.
Back on D.C. So go ahead. What's your point on D.C.? So
D.C. is too goddamn. D.C. is twofold. For those with small mindsets, you can only focus on one at a time. Not my problem. But D.C. is twofold. Because some of us are steeped in D.C. for more than 20 years, and it's the absence of the black father who are not supervising kids for an amount.
Come on, D.C. All right, we're going to set this down. Go ahead, Pat. You got this one.
You see my point? And then the second part of D.C. is, yes, the whole issue, not just the part of it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, it wasn't serious when your mayor was smoking crack. Right?
You're right. Let's move on. Go get your script.
Well, first, he's never been my mayor, but go ahead.
Do we want to talk about it? And the black father in D.C.?
We absolutely do not.
Wait, you're not giving a black person points, but I do want to talk about that.
No, you don't want to talk.
No, I want to talk about you're not giving being a black person, but that's a whole nother conversation. But you're trying to lecture black people. Come on,
I mean, it is an issue. Why are we sitting here and acting like it's not an issue?
But hold on, CEO. It's not an issue.
77% of the households are fatherless.
But CEO, what? Just in DC?
In DC, yeah. In DC. Please don't tell me that you're falling for this.
Come on, CEO.
I'm just saying that is an issue. Like, it does play a role. It's not an issue.
It's not.
It is an issue.
A huge fucking issue for those of us that live in D.C. and know D.C. Not only from Northeast, Southeast, South portions of
us. We know what's up.
Listen,
We've known what's up before. Wait. We knew what was up before Trump got in office. We knew what was up in D.C. with absent black fathers. So don't fuck around and find out and try me. Because I know what I'm talking about. You're triggered because you don't know. You're triggered because you don't know. And that's why I'll beat your ass.
Are you a good father to your kids, Point?
I'm telling you, monkeys.
So much built into that. Let's unpack that.
Yeah, are you a good dad? Never.
Kids know that you walk around talking.
How does your dad, your son feel when you get in the car?
Oh, they're triggered now. The fatherless homes in D.C. You're triggered now. That's why I'll beat your ass, you little hurdy-gurdy monkeys dancing on a string. Fuck out of here.
Do your children know that you walk around talking like a muppet for 6 hours out of the day?
They're triggered now.
Behind an app, Point.
They're triggered now. Let's talk about the mayor that set the culture for decadence in D.C. For drugs.
The mayor of D.C. did for white people.
For drugs and gangs. So let's talk about it. You want to go back? You want to talk about it? No, you don't.
What does the mayor being on drugs
You don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, that mayor, bro. That mayor is the reason why black people have federal jobs and that shit right
and
now.
now you need the National Guard to help black men raise their kids. Don't you get it? Don't you get it?
I would get it if you were actually being serious and you coherently made a point, but you're not making any sense.
It's your kids.
I'm with Quinn.
National Guard needs to help you raise them. Now you're triggered. Now you get my point. You need the National Guard to help you raise your kids, black men.
Shut up, Ho.
Oh, I hit a nerve. That's why they do me. The truth hurts so deep, so badly. But take that, motherfucker.
You just get kind of corny after
That's
a
why
while.
my name is Point Taken. Take that deep. Motherfucker, pause.
It don't be funny.
Yeah, that shit is corny as fuck.
But it was true. Yeah, but it was true.
You could do better.
That's why you can't address it. Notice you won't address it.
Nothing to address.
Why was that right?
Yeah, why am I going to address it like lunacy?
It's true.
You sitting on this app, wherever the fuck you are, like nobody, like come on, Point.
Why are they so triggered instead of addressing the issue?
I mean, all y'all can do like protagonists. I hope you're the best dad you can be, because y'all be worried about other people's kids.
That's the issue. The National Guard will raise your kids. That's learning right in my daughter.
Yeah.
Y'all niggas better not have no issues with y'all baby mother. No issues with y'all kid, because y'all always be in other parents' business. The black parents, the black dad. Nigga, you go get them. Y'all the ones who be hanging out with them. Right.
Yeah, that's what's wrong. The National Guard.
And none of y'all niggas better not hang out with no niggas that's not. See, that be the whole thing. Y'all be saying all of this and all that. I bet you if I go in your group of friends, it's a deadbeat dad or two. Y'all, it be y'all homeboy, yo.
The National Guard will help you raise your kids, black men. I don't need National Guard raising.
This really, we can move on from this. This is stupid.
Yeah, this is stupid.
And Point, so you know I'm married to my baby's mama.
Shout out to you for marrying
And
me.
points also that you know that there are places where you can go and get help. I'm not even being funny.
I'm a model. I'm a model and a TV actress. What do you do, big boy?
Well, I've been doing that for quite some time. What I don't do is talk like a muppet for 12 hours. That's what I don't do. My role is ended at some point.
Yeah, what you do is hog the mic and deflect from the black men not raising their kids.
I think Quinn was telling you he lives a real life in these streets, unlike you, Quinn.
I'm outside, motherfuckers.
Outside sounding like a muppet. To
I'm outside, motherfuckers, and I know what I'm talking about.
You must be in a phone booth. You must be in the last phone booth left in New York or wherever the fuck you are. Talking
You got mad. You got mad when one said, yeah, my point is correct. When CEO said, my point is correct. You haven't focused on the point yet.
Why would you know
think
I'm mad? Point? I'm not mad. Point. Like,
do you have any friends that do not live in the home?
Do you have any friends that don't sound like a Muppet?
I don't have any friends that are deadbeat dads now.
No. That wasn't the question. I said, do you have any friends that do not live in the home with their child?
Yes.
Okay, well, so you finna get the works for them.
So CEO, you should be
because that's what y'all be talking
about that.
Yeah.
CEO says that's
go
a
with your
problem.
kid. Marry your baby's mom.
Well, no, I mean I'm talking about people who are divorced.
But that's what you. Hold on, because the statistic is about fathers in the home. And that was a statistic because y'all don't have a statistic if these people are doing co-parenting or anything. Y'all run with the statistic of women that are raising single mothers raising kids. It's plenty of that going on, and the fathers
all I'm saying is that
and the fathers are great fathers. They co-parent. So that's the statistic y'all are using.
All I'm saying is that in cities that have done fatherhood initiatives, they've seen crime go down. So fatherhood initiatives have.
My daughter hasn't committed no crimes.
What cities did they do that fatherhood initiative in?
New York is one. The SUNY Fatherhood Academy.
See, there's so much built into that critique that you're not acknowledging. It's ridiculous for you to even raise the question, brother. You're too smart to make that question.
No. I mean, like, can we just be logical for a second? Isn't it better for a father to be in the home? You don't think is there a difference between a father being in a home and not being in a home in the aggregate?
Yes, there is.
Okay. So then what is that have to be about the topic then?
To Justin's point, one doesn't imply that because that father doesn't physically live in the home with his children. This is so stupid. I feel
it does on an individual level. Of course, it does on an individual level. But if you look at it in the aggregate,
no, it doesn't. Not in the aggregate either.
That's crazy. Because 9 times out of 10, the parent will be the mother would be awarded custody of the children, and the father is still ever so present in that child's life. But you played it as if, hey, well, the problem is that because there's a fatherless home, that's why we have the problem. But you never accounted for all the fathers that are still very present in their children's lives.
I never said it that way. Well, I never said it that way, so you just put in words.
No, you did. Hold on, you did not preface it by saying. Because hold on. Because Point was coming at it like, well, the problem is that there's a fatherless home, and you're like, well, yeah, that is an issue. Then you try to delineate, say, well, it's because of divorce. So which one is it? Which one of those lines that we want to chase?
You weren't even trying to hear what I was saying. Just asked me if I knew anybody who didn't live with her child, and I said, yeah, I have divorced friends.
Okay, got it. I heard that. I heard that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you don't gotta have smoke with me for no reason.
No. I'm glad. No, CEO, I'm glad we cleared it up. I didn't have smoke with you. I just kind of lost it because I was like, yo, why is he talking about divorced fathers? But no, when Just said, oh, do you have any divorced friends who don't have whose fathers or who kids don't have fathers in the home? You said, yeah, divorced ones. Then that makes sense. So I don't have smoke for you.
I'm just saying, y'all use this statistic that doesn't have that has no depth to it. Like, okay, so whatever the percentage is, don't live in the house with their kids. That does not mean that they're not good fathers or they don't have a relationship.
Here's the depth to it. So it is apparently about 47% nationwide in terms of black fathers, but 77% in DC. Can we agree that's a lot higher? and maybe that does play some sort of role, or you all think that's unimportant and it has no factor?
So do you have the numbers of out of that 78%?
That's what it is. Denial.
Hold on. Let me answer a question. So CEO, how many of those out of that 78% are fathers that are still actively involved, like very present in their kids' lives? Or you don't have those numbers?
I do not. Yes, I do not. I do not have those numbers. But like,
and that's what I'm saying. So
I bet you would be the same ratio as a 47%.
Why would you bet that? Why would you bet that?
Because that's how statistics typically work. So if it's 47% nationwide and it's 77% in DC, then there's probably a 30% additional gap in terms of the ones who don't have anything to do with a child as well. That's just how statistics typically work. If you just think DC is a magical bubble, and even though it has a much higher rate, that's not a factor. I don't know what that's.
Yeah, but you're not telling. It doesn't tell the entire story.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
I wasn't trying to tell the entire story.
I'm not saying that you weren't, but the data points are. Let's be honest here. If we talk, because first of all, a mental patient is the one who raised this question. That's number one. Number two is that when you introduce this, it's meant to diminish Black men in general, and Black people in general. It's meant.
That's not why I bring it up.
I'm not saying that that's why. I'm saying that the purpose for the stat. First of all, let's start from the very beginning. It's from a Republican talking point that evolved out of conservative think tanks. That's where the bullshit came from, along with the disparities about Chicago and about Baltimore and about all the other states. So that's where it evolved from. That's where it started from. Number two, the reason why it gets raised is because people don't have the wherewithal and the information to be able to combat it. It starts to diminish Black women, and Black men. To suggest that they're not being responsible, that they're inherently irresponsible and not taking care of their children. That Black women are being left 70% with black children, and Black men are all doing God knows what and not taking care of their children. That stat does not speak. When you state it, it doesn't mean that was your intent. But even stating it in general is a reminder, and it speaks to people who don't have the information of the exact place where it started, CEO. That's my point. It doesn't give full context. It's meant to diminish. So when you say it without context, that's what it does.
Yeah, and that's the point. That's the thing. You led with 78%, but you didn't give the real true number on how, like what's the breakdown of that? Okay, if 78% is the number in DC, what's the percentage of those fathers that are still present in their child's lives? If that number is 46, if you said that it pans out to what it may be either nationally or just in other regions, then state that number. Don't state the number that's meant to just make Black men look like that they're just out here just being complete deadbeats.
The number is to suggest that there is something unique going on in DC that is different than the average of the rest of the country. Is there something wrong with stating that?
Yeah, because why would it be? What's unique?
Don't know.
The only thing unique about DC is that it's a Black place.
No,
unemployment rates are higher than other places.
Okay, that could be a factor.
That's a unique thing too.
There you go. That could be a factor. Right? That could be a factor. But one way to go about it is, opposed to just arbitrarily debating about it, is maybe lifting up the hood and figuring out why.
Yeah,
right.
But
that could be a useful exercise.
Well, you're right. It's not helping the point. It's not even it's not even driving the conversation.
And it has
what you're doing is just supporting the narrative.
That's exactly it. And you have to do it. And listen, if you were to say that number, but this is the reason why this is the way it is. If it was a full conversation,
but I don't know. Maybe we could discuss it together and figure it out.
Then you shouldn't, and you're smart enough to understand, you shouldn't repeat things you don't understand the complexity of.
I disagree with that. It is an important detail that on average Black men are not in 47% of homes, but in DC it's 77%. That is worth talking about. Absolutely.
If you were making comparisons to other places.
I am making comparisons to other places. The 47%. It's 47% nationwide, 77% in DC.
So what do you like? What's your solution? What's your plan? Other than
fatherhood initiative.
Several people have a fatherhood initiative. Oh, how innovative. But several people have just mentioned it, and so this is the thing with like that whole situation. If y'all gave a fuck for real, if it was genuine, then fine. Let's have the time. But y'all be just saying it to be like to be shitting on people, and then it's not even like a whole like statistic. So
and that's exactly what I'm saying, just like if you're giving the stats for Oklahoma with the same kind of demographic and the same the earning capacity or the same economics as they would be reflective of DC, and they reflected the same thing. This is part of a full conversation, not isolating a place where Black people reside in the most amount of numbers. Of course, there's going to be more Black people doing more things if most of the people in that region are Black.
Right.
That does not account for a higher percentage.
Yes, it does.
This is within group. This is in group comparison. We're taking in-group comparisons.
You just said
in-group comparison nationwide is 47%. In DC, it's 77%. In group.
Bro.
In group. So there's a larger concentration of Black men
it means for every 100 Black men, it's 77 in DC, 47 nationwide. What are we talking about?
Okay, CEO.
I don't understand this kind of stuff.
So riddle me this, CEO. I mean, if you were so bold to just state the number, okay, so then what's the further conversation is, you said, well, there's something unique going on, so then, but you never brought any other supporting claims of what that uniqueness is. It's just
because we can discuss it. You said economics. Great. Economics may be a factor.
Good. Two things. I didn't make that.
I was just giving the data point. Like I didn't know we were having a discussion. Like if y'all want to have a discussion about why it's like that, we can do that. We can do the discussion. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
So I don't understand why you do. Why?
Because
nigga, would you shut your ugly ass?
There's nowhere to run from reality. You should discuss reality.
I don't think
trying to have a serious conversation.
Yeah, I'm not debating that, but that's what I'm saying. So like you said that, and that's why you keep hearing us kind of press, because it's like we want to have that engaging conversation. Like you threw out the number, want to unpack it? Let's unpack it.
I'm not interested in having that conversation, and the reason I'm not is because people don't have it in good faith. It's stupid, just like it started out in this conversation.
I hear you. If it was in good faith, but yeah, right. But
it's not in good faith, especially when and then to try to act as if people shouldn't, like the blanket number should just spark conversation. The conversation's been had ad nauseum. The conversation's been had on a regular basis, and the general consensus is when you have that conversation, it's not being had in full. It's not being discussed in full because the point of it, my original point, is to diminish Black men and Black women, and their role and responsibility in their children's lives. That's the point of it. So to start the conversation with that, and only that, means that you're also going to not trigger people, but it's going to elicit the response that we're getting. Unless it's being discussed in good faith, how it's introduced makes a big difference. Hey, guys, let's discuss, let's break down this Republican talking point. We can acknowledge that it's nonsense out of the gate, but let's talk about what's built into this. That's a good faith conversation, not one that's being introduced by a person who sounds like Janice from the fucking Muppets every time they come on the fucking app. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, well, all right. So why not just say that and let's have the conversation?
Because that wasn't the original conversation. It was introduced by someone being disingenuous. That's all.
Okay. Again, you're assuming that he's being disingenuous. That's an assumption.
No. I didn't assume CEO was being disingenuous. I said the way it's being introduced. I didn't assume he was. But as the conversation goes on, and the more he adheres to it, and it's just without acknowledging where it came from, is my point.
I don't think that none of y'all know how to communicate. I'm just going to keep it 100 with you. Including you culturally, including you, because at the end of the day, the conversation part that I'm having a problem on when I'm coming into a conversation is hearing, right, complaining about a conversation instead of having the conversation. And even as Andre said, okay, well, let's have a conversation.
like if a white woman or an Asian woman comes and sits down in the middle of y'all and says, "What? Let's talk about black women's wigs." No, let's seriously have it's not being presented genuinely. It's not like, oh, okay, let's break down why black women had to, wear wigs and all that. You're bringing it up to be funny. First off, Point brought it up to be fucking funny, so we can have the conversation.
But Point brought it up before.
But to say but we gave you the stats. You're talking about a city that is black, a city that is expensive, and a city that has been hit with several different things, crack and heroin being two of the most major things. So if you want to talk about why it's like that, then we can have that conversation. But to be saying shit like, or to be alluding to, something weird about these DCs, there's got to be something going on. That's a very Republican talking point. And so when you hear black men getting irritated about it, is because that's how they do us. And so it's irritating.
I've heard Point bring it up multiple times before, so I assume it's a meaningful point.
I think it's very healthy to express that it's irritating, but why aren't we having the conversation? Okay, but if you're irritated about it, now let's have the conversation.
Because he's a big black man too. Yeah, and I shouldn't have to tell another big black man.
Yeah, well, but First Lady, I mean, respectfully, like I think what happened is, look, me and Point were having back and forth, friendly or just shots fired at each other, and and I'll be honest with you, I just don't feel like the comment came from a good place. No matter how many times Point has said a lot of things in this room that one couldn't quite take seriously, and that has where he or she wants to kick it off like it's some comedic thing to be done. The conversation if it was presented in a serious manner, maybe we would be having the conversation. So I understand why other people don't want to engage because of just how it was presented in the first place. Not just that, the number is skewed in the point where to make it seem as if black men and black women just ain't shit. Period. So
yeah, I didn't suggest that.
No, and I know. Yeah,
and we can discuss it. I found some other contributing reasons.
I'm not saying you are CEO. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I don't think anybody said that you were. We were talking about where it originated. Now, if you're going to, even though I expressed that I was not interested in having it because I don't think it's worthy of conversation, especially when it's being introduced in the way that it has. But I mean, we actually did get into some of the points. Is that and really it's the things that it actually misses, that it does not encompass, what it doesn't talk about, and just the statement itself is what it's meant to do. But it doesn't expand the conversation and talk about the things that are built into the so-called stack when it's always.
So let's expand the conversation, like First Lady was saying. Several times now.
Well, we've had that conversation ad nauseum, much like we talk to dumb people on a regular basis.
I've been listening for an hour. I've been listening for.
That'll be a red flag. Seriously. Oh God, nothing. Y'all need to call them. Clearly, y'all don't have them inside of your heart.
You just be on.
That's probably what I'll be on.
Oh no, I'm not. Because in 5 minutes you'll see. But go ahead.
The thing is, I don't mind having the conversation. Y'all are too impotent to have the conversation.
We don't mind having it either. We want to have it in good faith.
An ejaculation. Well, then say that. If you don't.
That's what we said.
Okay, but and the person is agreeing to have in good faith.
This is a new person. That's not how it was brought up. She brought it up trying to be funny, or whoever.
Well, we already know.
But y'all can't.
About Point. I mean, y'all can't be getting triggered by Point because Point is crazy as a three-legged dog.
Well, I don't have a problem with having a proper conversation. I'm triggered by Point. The problem I have is is what kind of conversation are we having? Like if we're having one in jest, that's different.
I don't know.
If we're having one seriously, then he shouldn't be a point of that.
I'm responding to Andre when Andre said, well, let's have the conversation. And then I heard people say, I heard you specifically say, no, I don't want to have the conversation.
Yeah, I just thought it was pointless. Yeah, I did say that. Because I don't, and I said that because of the way it was introduced, and discussing it is offensive. It almost feels like an explanation of sorts. And we've had the conversation again ad nauseum. But the point is, if we're having a conversation,
well, that's what a social audio
on the stage. No, you're right. But having a conversation, but what kind of conversation are we having?
I don't know. Why don't we ask Andre?
Well, no. I'm not. I wasn't asking you. I'm asking in general.
Okay, Andre, can you answer this?
Well, no. Listen, so First Lady, I agree with Quinn. When I even made the statement, I was like, yo, if it's coming from a place of like honesty and a good place, then let's have the conversation. But to Quinn's point, this was all posed not coming from an honest place so that we could have the conversation. It was somebody out here just, being performative, trying to make a point. That was it. So, like, I can agree why people don't want to have the conversation.
Let me ask you a question, Owen. Let me ask you a question, Owen. Because I think everybody on this app know Point, is a jokester, and she does what she does. She's been doing it for years. Hold on, one second, Quinn. I'm about to ask you. One second, Quinn. One second, Quinn.
Can you hear? Are you okay? He was sitting there talking. What's going on?
So what the conversation was initially talking about DC, and like Point said, she called him the orange Cheeto, whatever the case may be. And she spoke about two things that's pivotal in DC. One being the fact that Trump released National Guards in DC, and the other being a statistical fact that 77% of households in DC, black families, have no fathers in them, right? There was 2 points. So I don't understand where y'all was like, oh, it wasn't brought up in good faith. It wasn't brought up in good faith. She literally preferenced the statement by saying there's 2 things going on in DC at the same time. So now for the last 5 or 10 minutes, CEO has been saying, and I haven't heard any of y'all said CEO brought it up, not in good faith. He has been saying for the last 10 minutes, let's have the conversation. And all y'all keep saying is, oh, it wasn't brought up in good faith. It wasn't brought up in good faith. Well, the conversation should be had right now. The statistics are out there. It's 40%, 46% nationwide, 77% in DC, 60% of households are single-parent households are black, and 22% are white. That's the stats. Now, can we discuss and break that down? We don't want to hear what y'all thought about what Point said or none of that. We just want to get into the meat and potatoes of why the homeless, the homes in DC, the fatherless homes in DC are the way they are.
Y'all are black. Y'all tell us. Y'all are black too. We're not. We none of us live in DC. None of us Hold on. I'm responding to him. So y'all, the reason why people are saying this in bad faith, because y'all are black too, and all of y'all is fathers, but none of us father no kids in DC. So how do we know is just as much as y'all know?
Yeah, but I now hear what you're saying. We don't live in DC. You're right. So, but the thing is, we're not triggered or we're not, taken aback by having the conversation. Like as a black man, I don't feel offended that we're discussing why 77% of homes are fatherless. Like I don't know what it is to be offended about.
I'm not offended. I think more critically, and I understand the human race to know that black people are not this alien form that we just do things that no one else does. I understand the history of America, and I understand more importantly the history of DC and its black history. So I understand all those components, and then on top of that, I understand math at a pivotal level. So I understand why all of these things go on, and I care about being black, and I don't want to just when someone says something bad about the people that look like me, I don't just go, oh yeah, we are I don't do that. So when we have these conversations, I don't have a problem with having them. But when people present them as 77% of black fathers aren't in the home, okay, that's just a corner of the spectrum. Are the dads? Do they come and get them? Do they co-parent? That doesn't say anything about fathers. That just says they don't live there.
Let me give one of the data points, which is interesting.
So wait a minute, hold on. Okay. Can we acknowledge that was a good point? That was a good point, because the statistics don't show that. it might say that their fathers aren't in the home, but that doesn't mean that they're not being a father to the child. That is a
very valid point. It's a very valid point, you know. But that's why we need to have the discussion, because I will argue, even if the father is not in the house and the father is involved in their child's life, right? Now let's just say, you know, a lot of these young men are out on the streets, you know, doing shit that they just shouldn't be doing, right? And they do have a father that doesn't live in the house but is active in their life. Well, I would argue that father is still failing his son. Like, whether you live in the house or not, if you still have the connection with your son and you're still parenting your son and he's out here running around drilling and sliding on shit, then you being a fucking bad father. Like, either way you slice it. You ain't doing your job as a man if you got your son out here running around here reckless as a young teenager.
I don't know that is strictly on the father. I think that there's a whole, you know, a culture, and I think that, you know, it's some things that are being promoted to our youth. But I also would like to say that go look at Omaha, Nebraska, and go look at Indianapolis. The crime rates are way higher there, and those is white kids. Those aren't black kids. So if we're going to talk about crime, we're going to talk about why YNs is wilding out. We got to talk about why YWs, why I's, why, you know, A's, why everybody wilding out. What's going on?
So Jess, are we saying, and you said this, I just want to, before I go check it out, you said that the crime rate in Omaha, Nebraska is higher than the crime rate in Washington, D.C.? Is that what I heard you say?
Omaha, Nebraska, I think Indianapolis, and there's one other, they all Republican cities. While DC's crime rate, DC has always been it's always had crime. Like, that's just DC. If you know anything about DC, it's been like that. But over the years, DC's crime rate has gone down 30%. And if you know DC in the 90s or the early 2000s and you go there now, you know it's different. Same with New York. Meanwhile, while it's going down 30%, Omaha, Nebraska, and Indianapolis have jumped up 30%. And these are Republican-ran cities, so it doesn't make sense. If you're going to do it, if you're saying that it's crime, because I agree, look, my shit, I have, you know, I'm a car person. My car has been stolen, broken into. Get these motherfuckers off the street. I agree with it, but send them to all these fucking cities. Send them to where they're needed most. Why are you sending National Guard to? DC should be down the list. They should be in Indianapolis first. Get them YNs and them YWs there, and then go to the place where don't just go to the black cities that you know that black people go to, like DC, like Chicago, like Atlanta. Those are the only cities he's talking about. Baltimore, all those places.
So Jeff, CEO been trying to get in. I didn't hear from CEO. Jeff has made a lot of good points.
Yeah, he has. And there's one point that has nothing to do with race in terms of why the fatherless rate is so high in DC. So 69% of adults living in DC are unmarried. That's compared to 49% nationwide. So there's just something about the lifestyle people choose in DC that is different from the rest of the country as well.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
So I would like to bring up,
that's not a race-based thing.
Okay, but that doesn't help.
It helps explain some of the numbers. It doesn't
explain anything. We're talking about the problems. What I heard, and I could be wrong, I heard you personally say, I think it was you, you said that the reason why it is the way it is in DC is because of fatherless homes. Did you make that claim?
I said that was a factor, not the driving factor. Point said that was one of the two reasons. I don't think that's one of the top two reasons.
Okay, but then you further down by doubling down and said, well, you know, these people are living differently than the other people outside the United States. Like, come on, like we're trying to come together now. What's going on?
Yeah, so the obviously the stats are skewed in a way, and it's a lot of variables. You got to add context to it, because even when he says 69% of the households are unmarried, right? So that could be the determining factor to say that 69% of the households are fatherless. But we all know there's a lot of people that's not married but still live together, right? So a father can actually be in the house
but that household could be deemed as fatherless just because the parents aren't married. So there's, it's a lot of context to it, but I wanted to go back to the cities, and a lot of things is why is Trump targeting certain these cities? So I just Googled, not just Googled, but I'm going back to something I've been checked out. It's the top 10 most violent cities in the U.S. for 2025, right? You got Memphis, Tennessee, St. Louis, Missouri, Detroit, Michigan, Baltimore, Maryland, Cleveland, Ohio, Little Rock, Arkansas, New Orleans, Louisiana, Birmingham, Alabama, Kansas City, Missouri, and Oakland, California. This is in order from 1 to 10. You know what all of these cities have in common? They are all Democratic cities.
They're not.
Every last one.
No, they're not.
I got to stop. You want me to tell you the mayor's name and their political party? Because I can run that too. I can run that down to you.
Just go ahead and finish what you said, sir.
So every last one of those cities, the top 10 worst cities in America, are all Democratic ran cities. Every last one of them. So when we talk about why is he targeting these communities, these communities are the fucking worst communities in America. Why wouldn't you target the worst communities in America when you're a president that's running your shit on law and order? Like, whether we subscribe to it, whether you agree with it or not, we know what he ran his campaign on. We know what he was going to do. We know what he stood for. He said he's going to be hard on crime. So if you're going to be hard on crime, wouldn't you go to the 10 worst cities first? Like that, come on, some of this shit is just it's like basic common sense.
None of the cities you said is the cities he's gone to.
I didn't say DC, but DC is the capital. He's starting off
but none of the cities you said are cities he's mentioned.
Yeah, your point. Yeah, you didn't really.
He did mention Baltimore.
You didn't really support your point because he isn't going after any of the cities that are in red states. Did you notice that?
Say that again.
Among those cities that you named, which one in a red state is he going after?
Well, a few of them are in red states, but they Democratic ran cities.
But is he going after any of it? It doesn't matter what Democratic run. Because they're in a red state, you notice he's not going after them, right? You do notice that, right? Do you know why?
I can't say that.
Do you know why? Because he's doing this for the midterms. So he's going after the cities that are going to score him the most points.
That may be a hell of a valid point, CEO. I'm not going to argue against that. You may be. It could be strategical. Maybe he's doing that for the midterms coming up, and then if he's really serious about what he's saying, he'll target those other cities after the midterm.
He won't.
You will be 100% right about that.
Midterms.
The other thing is that almost every large city is run by a Democrat. Every large. So when y'all say this whole thing about like it's all Democrat ran cities, all of them are. The only one that's not is Dallas and Miami. That's the only large cities that don't have a Democratic mayor.
But Jack, that's why
a lot of them have white mayors, and you see he didn't mention Detroit. Because it just got a white mayor and their crime is off glass. And why are you mentioning Baltimore? Baltimore has the lowest crime that they've ever had on record right now.
He also didn't mention none of the cities that protagonist mentioned either.
Right.
So I'm wondering. Those cities that see black people in common.
Can you repeat about why he was doing this and how?
Because when they run for the midterms, he's going to be able to say he cleaned up the blue states, right? So it's just a midterm play. He'll never go after St. Louis or anything that's in a red state because it doesn't harm political.
It's interesting.
yeah, what do you have to say about that, Pro? Come on, stop, girl. Will you stop? Get out my face. Oh,
What are we doing, First Lady?
my daughter is in the kitchen. Yeah, Pro. So what do you say about that? Like, do you not see the inconsistency here, or are you just going to still ignore it? I mean, they have given a lot, so I'm not sure why you're not giving into the scene.
His phone is broke.
Oh, okay. Pro, if you're speaking, we can't hear you, sir.
You need to leave the room and come back.
It might just be that he's in shock that those facts are just too damn shocking for him. So, you know, he can't really say.
Okay. That might be something, but I don't want to assume.
You know, at least I got a room open, right? No,
Yeah. I guess, Josh, you going over? Is Josh still here? I can't see. I just walked.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over. Not right now. I guess y'all couldn't hear me. The iPad, I don't know. I couldn't hear y'all either, so I don't know. I don't even know if y'all heard the last thing I said.
We didn't hear nothing.
But one thing about Trump, this whole term that's even different than his first term, is everything he does is hyper political or for his pocket, like 100%.
Well, we mentioned that all of those cities that you mentioned were not only Democratic cities, but they were heavily Black cities. That's number one. We also mentioned that those said cities were in Republican states. That's number two. And we also mentioned that those cities that you mentioned weren't the cities that he mentioned. He meaning Trump. I don't know if you heard that part, but that's what we were talking about.
No, I didn't hear that, but I wasn't bringing the cities up to say that Trump was talking about those cities. He was just, I think, just had mentioned something about Omaha, Nebraska, different cities saying that the crime rate was high. So what I looked at is the top 10, worst crime cities in America, and I was reading off that list of what came up. That had nothing to do with Trump. I just was listening to the top 10 cities.
Did that have a gear to it?
Chicago in the top 10, but thank.
He was going off 2025 so far. I know the list.
Yeah, 2025. Chicago is not up there.
Yeah, so it's only for this year so far.
Correct.
Chicago is not up there, you said?
No, Chicago's done it.
No, Chicago's not up there.
Yeah.
No, but Trump mentioned Chicago.
And did.
Because it's a blue state, a Black mayor.
Well, let's be honest. Like,
no. Let's deal with that right there.
I'm about to deal with it. Like,
wait a minute, hold up. Let's make sure we got all the facts and we agree on the facts. Okay? I just want to make sure. You gave the list of the 10 states or cities that have the highest crime rate. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, Chicago was not on there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'll listen to it.
So I'm saying Chicago could potentially been mentioned because of how Chicago have been. So as of 2025, it's not top 10, but as of previous years, Chicago is definitely in the top 10. And we've seen Chicago drop, we've seen 600, 700 bodies in 1 year in Chicago. Like this has been going on since Obama was in office. Even before Obama was in office.
I have a formula. I just want to give a formula real quick. So here is the formula. It's B plus B plus B equals National Guard. And here's what I mean by that. It is Black mayor plus Black population plus blue state equals National Guard. Can you find an instance that isn't in that equation?
definitely can't tell you off the top of my head, but I do some research. I'll let you know if you're 100% correct or not.
What? Okay, so but for the sake of argument, since we're here, because we don't normally get a chance to, have a long conversation with you for whatever reason, but I appreciate the dialogue today. And let's say that his formula is the case. What say you then?
Yeah, it's a lot of goddamn crime going on in those areas, and he's targeting them for political reasons, just like CEO said.
Wait a minute, babe. You missed something. I'm talking about the fact that we have a formula, right? Black mayor, black populated state, right? That's the formula. Now, Chicago is not in that top 10, but yet and still is being targeted. Where's the math and the common denominator? What's the common denominator? Because you don't have the same formula, right? In this particular situation, when it comes down to the other part about being the part of the top 10, other than the fact that you say, oh, well, he's just going off for previous years. Well, then let's go back to previous years and look at the top 10. But we didn't do that. You did it for what's current right now. You see what I'm saying? You see how you try to make adjustments when it comes down to math, and when it comes down to your check. If you work X amount of hours, you want all the hours that you got, right? Why we? I mean, been previously before, but that was the excuse you just gave, right?
No, I'm not giving no excuses. You asked me why, because I mentioned the top 10 cities. That ain't have nothing to do with Trump, right? That's just stats I pulled up for this year. And then you asked me if Chicago is not up there, then why did Trump mention Chicago? So I gave reasons on why possibly Trump mentioned Chicago. I wasn't making no excuse. I'm saying that this is probably the reason why he mentioned Chicago.
I used the wrong word. I said excuse. You're saying the reason. Whatever it is, but you don't see that being problematic. I'm talking about the process here. That is still, you're making leadway for him to do this. Now, Baseball has asked an interesting question in the chat. Hey, Mr. Baseball, good to see you, brother. He said, why doesn't the mayors want Trump's help? Anybody want to answer that?
I would love to hear somebody answer that question. There's a lot of crime going on in my city, and I can't deter it, or my police force is not doing a good job. I wouldn't have no problem with the president sending in help to clean up the crime personally, but I would like to know other people's answers.
All right, let's let Brooklyn talk. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
I believe, this is just a belief, I don't know, I haven't asked the black mayor in the black city why they don't want Trump's help with the National Guard, but I believe it may have something to do with those said black mayors having experienced America's war on crime in those same black neighborhoods. I think that might be it. Because said war on crime proved absolutely nothing. It actually hurt the community more than it helped. So now we're going to go from police brutality to that of brutality from federal agents and National Guardsmen. I don't think it's a good idea.
Well, I think they also may not want it because they've already been doing good work. They've already been doing good work reducing crime.
Yeah, exactly.
If he sends a National Guard there, he's going to end up taking the credit and say it was. Yeah, he's going to say it was.
It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. Actually, it's going to get worse for the people.
Beyond that, see.
Right, okay. What happened?
So, CEO.
Yes.
You said that Trump do things for political reasons,
and for the primary and so on and so forth. And I concede to that. I would say that I would say most politicians do things for political reasons, have some type of political aspiration before it.
Hold
on, CEO. So my question to you is, with that being said, do you think that maybe these black mayors don't want Trump to come in there because if Trump come in there and actually stop and prevent crime and they drop drastically, that can hurt them in the primaries because now Trump would be looked at like the savior or the hero that cleaned up their communities. So is that possible? That they don't want him to come in there because they don't want him to possibly do a good job and get any credit for it?
Well, I'll just say I don't think that's the reason for the Baltimore mayor. So I haven't looked at the statements enough of the other mayors, but I will say with confidence that is not the case with the Baltimore.
Yeah. Can I be heard? Yes, I can hear you. You keep cutting off, but we can hear you when you do not cut off.
She keep muting her mic.
It might be messed up. You might need to leave and come back in. What is this credit? Like, I never knew anybody that wanted as much credit as Trump for anything. So I don't know if credit may be the.
Yes, it is. You're right.
Are you familiar with Posse Comitatus or the 10th Amendment protagonist? Okay, we can hear you now, King. Protagonist, are you familiar with Posse Comitatus and the 10th Amendment? It's, the 10th Amendment states that the federal government does not have authority to override a state when it comes.
Once the authorization was authorized, and then Netanyahu then goes on, to play catch up and yeah, exactly. And Zemmer does not like him at all.
Who authorized the investigation?
The chief of the IDF, which is who would. So he has authorization to do that, and so he did.
Yeah, but is that so-called investigation going to be transparent?
We need to think about adding more police. Maybe we need to think about what we're doing. We give a lot of money to Ukraine. We give a lot of money to a lot of different people. So maybe we need to give more money to our police departments in our municipalities.
Maybe the crime has already been going down without the police. Hold on. That's a good point. Police should get paid more, right? And you said that they